Good evening.
I am inevitable.
I'm turning this one off today. I think I'm going to turn this one off. But good evening. How is everybody doing? I'm largely going to stay on... There it is again. It's like, that's... Maybe there's... I don't know. But good evening, everybody. How are y'all doing today? Good to see you all in here. We got our live view of the night sky. At them too. And now, how you doing? Kajad, good to see you. Tofu. Welcome in Golganek. Hello. Not a hobbit. Hello, hobbits. You see yourself, hobbits. Where Ducky? What's going on? How you doing? How are you today? It is a bit of a late start. Best Carlos voice, good evening. Wait, which Carlos? Your skies suck, doesn't matter much for you, unfortunately. Sorry to hear the skies are crummy. I am happy to be sharing whatever portion of the night sky we have available. It looks like... Oh my god, like right now, we have fairly clear skies. I had the infrared on. Unfortunately, I thought I saw a whole bunch of meteors popping off, but it was insects. There are many bugs out there, so I had to turn it to use the Wise Cam, turn it to the color night view. So if anything lights up, we're seeing Vega just over there. That's excuse me. We got Vega over here in the constellation Lyrid. And just up around here is going to be the Radiant for the Tau Herculid Meteor Shower. But good evening. Wonderful to have you all in here tonight. For those of you who are new to the channel, my name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. It is my pleasure to share this night sky with you today, where we have a potential massive outburst, a meteor storm. Perhaps. But most likely not. I wouldn't hold your breath, but be excited. It's a meteor shower that doesn't always get the attention. It is because we're going to be passing through a larger debris field. Tokun Otaku, hello, how you doing? Good evening. I saw a Vega that the owner put a 372 in. Ooh. Sorry, hang on. You know when your coffee cup sticks to your hockey puck? That's no good. That over here, the cup stuck to the puck. We don't want that. We don't want to do any of that. But yes, it is a special stream night because we are taking in the sights of the possible outburst of the meteor shower tonight. Everything else is fair game. What we're doing, it is mainly focusing over here, checking out to see some meteors flashing through. There you go, a small victory. You got Nina working. Well last night for the brief bit you hit good skies. Autofocus routine was a beautiful parabolic curve, etc. Awesome. Excellent. Now, I've always said I do want to get into utilizing Nina in the future. Now, I've also noticed, as a complete side note, my choice of sauce on top of the rocket ship tonight, it's starting to melt. Why is pizza sauce so watery? Hindsight, that was a poor choice. That was a very poor choice. Yes, we have our standard slice of bread with our creamy jalapeno Havarti, smoked turkey breast, and I thought I had one hand free when I was getting this out of the fridge. So it's like, what do I have? The squeezy. There's squeezy pizza sauce. So that's just what's all on there right now. So next decent night, you should be set up and good to go within not long. Awesome. Excellent. I was looking to get the scope set up tonight as well, but let's turn this over to the infrared view for the moment. Now I am using the Wise Cam app to control everything here. I've turned off my my shoulder camera for tonight. So here's our view with the infrared, and you can see some wispy clouds over in this direction. Achilles knee, hello, welcome back. Good to see you. Now, with the infrared view, a little noisy. That's just because we have the low bit rate that's feeding the signal through. Actually, it doesn't look too bad. Maybe because the lights are off. Oh, I know why. The infrared from the other camera was shining and illuminating the bugs. Okay, maybe we'll leave it on this one because we can see a lot more stars, and anything faint should really show up. Guess we can start using Nina eventually. You should have a lot of top tips there as well. Can you tell already that a lot of driver nonsense is mostly solved? Mostly? Well, as long as it's on its way. Still some weirdness with the Pegasus Powerbox Micro, but eventually it can eventually connect to it. So what are all the features of the Pegasus Powerbox Micro? Okay, I think because I turned off the infrared on the other camera, that did help out. And this is our, as always with our other camera, my goodness, can't see a damn thing. We'll mainly stick to this camera. We'll mainly stick with our Wise Cam V3 because we can see so many more stars. Now, if I just, as an experiment, I'm going to turn on the infrared with the other camera and see if that does impact what we're seeing on here. If I can connect to the camera, that'd be great. But hopefully everybody else is having a good evening. If you have clear skies and you're maybe kind of sitting on mobile, hanging out with us, I appreciate it. Or if not, you know what? If you want to sit outside and enjoy the show all by yourself, that's cool as well. Area for the rockfall, west or south-southwest. It is largely what we're going to be seeing for the meteor shower tonight. Is there is the radiant of the Tau Herculid meteor shower. So that is let's see. I haven't got my... Let's get this sorted out right here. Let's get the right-sized screen available. There we go. So this is the area of the radiant. We currently see Vega. And really, you don't have to see the... You don't need to be looking... Oh, wait, hold on. We're going way too fast. Right. You don't need to be looking directly at the radiant. You're going to see the meteor streaking across all points of the sky. But if you're looking towards the... Yeah, so essentially it would be just... It pretty much goes straight over top for at least where I am here in central Ontario. So that is the trajectory for the Tau Herculid meteor shower. So it is going to pass roughly straight overhead. But again, we got the camera pointed north. I probably could even point it straight up if we wanted to. But I figure we'll have just a little bit of the trees in here for our, just for context. Yeah, wonderful to have everybody joining us tonight. So if you do have clear skies in your area, take a look outside, looking out essentially right now towards kind of like straight up, essentially. Just look straight up in the sky. Look for the constellation of Lyra and Boötes and the Hercules constellation. And that is around where you're going to find the radiant of this meteor shower. Now, there's possibly a good deal of sensationalizing for this meteor shower. And it happens with a lot of them. This one, the understanding, the research and following where this comet has supplied the meteor shower from, it did start to break up, and there's a chance that we're going to be catching up with that debris field, and there could be a larger, more of a meteor storm than a meteor shower. Chances are it may just be, we may see a few meteors every hour. But I am counting on this being a new moon, and we're also going to be we have the dark skies on our side, so maybe something faint may show up a little better. So if we see anything that is emanating from this direction out here, anything that comes out from this way down, from the top left down, is going to be a Herculid meteor. Anything else from any other direction is just going to be a straight piece of debris that we're passing through. You're pointing a hair south, but still at the meridian. I can tell you already that a lot of the driver nonsense... Oh, wait, hold on, I already read that one. It's a small power box, mostly has variable voltage output on one plug, and the other 4 plugs with static voltage, temp and humidity sensor, auto dew, and 2 dew heater ports. That's not bad. Any epic time lapses tonight? Well, I am recording all of this. This is being recorded on on both the cameras, so I will get the memory cards afterwards when we're completed, and we'll take a look at the footage. I did that with the Herculid Meteor Shower, and boy oh boy, that was a tough one. Nap fan. Ooh, well, I like naps as well. How you doing today? I promise to try not to put you to sleep tonight. I'll do my best. But welcome in. Thank you very much for the follow today. Sensationalized. More like we have no damn clue if we'll intersect with all these fragmented particles or not. And it is just letting us know that this could be the possibility. So a meteor storm, Achilles, would be more than 100 per hour. It would be more than 100 meteors per hour. Is kind of like where the cutoff is for a meteor shower versus a meteor storm. And it is like there could be the possibility, which the peak is expected around 1 a.m. Eastern time. So we do have we do have a couple hours before we're expected to reach the peak. And at that point, I might still turn this. This is a manual camera, so I'd have to go out and turn it. The other camera we have is an automatic camera. Now, if I turn on the... Let me just see if I turn on the infrared light for this camera. Yeah, you can see the infrared signal interferes with this camera. If I turn it on with this camera over here. So we can see all the bugs and some stars if we turn on the infrared. But if we turn this off, then we get a better look. So I'm going to leave the infrared off of the moving camera and leave it on this camera here. Doing well, Nap Fan. Doing very well tonight. I'm excited, but I'm also holding reservation for what we could expect to see in the later hours tonight. Now, like I said, this camera is going to be constantly recording, so if you do switch over to scenes...
By the power of Grayskull, I have the mustache.
We will be able to... Oh, we'll crash for a moment there. Hello, Lily. Good evening to you. Wonderful to have you in here. Yes, we are taking a look at the radiant... Well, not towards the radiant, actually.
Water.
More over...
Water.
Hello?
Water.
Excuse me.
Water.
Thank you, Lily. I greatly appreciate it. Actually, I should keep hydrated. It has been very, very hot today. So I figured if I keep nice and... I'm expecting my beard to be sitting, like, really far out by the end of the night. But I will also just be drinking water without our hydrate command because, oh my goodness, it is warm in here. Kind of sad. Clouds moving in with thunderstorms and work early in the morning. Always rains here when cool things happen. Okay, maybe not, but it always seems like that. Commander Sam Vines. Commander. Good to see you in here. Yes, it does feel like that is the norm for many of the astronomical events. It's like I said, we want to try to get into cloud watching. You know, I think that's going to be the better bet. No. But I'm counting myself very fortunate. We got some clear skies tonight. There has been like wispy clouds, and I was thinking about getting the telescope going, and then the skies weren't looking promising right away. So I didn't get the... We are focusing
Holy potatoes!
Right now. Hello. We are focusing on the meteor shower tonight. Carlitos, hello. How you doing? I see something exciting is going on tonight. What exactly is a meteor shower in dummy terms for you? Well, let me wait till we get off of the potato so I can better use my hands. But good to see you here, Carlitos. Wonderful to have you joining us. So what is a meteor shower? As comets and asteroids roll through our solar system and cross our path in our orbit around the sun, we do go through debris fields that's left over. Small little granules of either rock or sand or ice or dust that when they hit our atmosphere, they're going to ignite, they'll vaporize, and they light up in the night sky. What's special about tonight's meteor shower, as we're passing through the debris from Comet 72P, 72P Schwarzmann-Washman. I'm pretty sure I am mispronouncing their names. I apologize. But this is a comet that did start to break up a little while ago. I think back in was it 95? I think it was, they said. Yeah. So yeah, in 1995, the comet did see some fragmentation, so there is the chance that we're catching up to that debris field, and there could be a larger outburst of meteors. I always love being here. Space Dust, love that. Love it. Wonderful to see you in here today. Glad to have you joining us for this. Now, it peaks at about 1 a.m. Eastern Time, which is, you can expect to see a close amount of the outburst in overseas, starting at about 5 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time. But by 6 a.m., when we're kind of caught up to the peak of the meteor shower, then there is the chance that, well, not the chance, the sun will be rising in UK, Ireland, and Wales, and Scotland. So it's going to be a little difficult to kind of catch the peak. So I'm hoping that we can catch a few of them. So far, I don't think we've seen many. The other thing going against these meteors is they are hitting our atmosphere at only 15 kilometers per second, whereas something like the Perseid meteors or the Lyrid meteor shower, they're impacting our atmosphere at nearly 60 kilometers, 80 kilometers per second. And oh my goodness, Samsung! Samsung, thank you so much. Thank you very much. How are you doing tonight? B Squad leader, what about for the West Coast? The best coast, you mean? It would be the peak would be starting at about 11 or whatever. What's 1 a.m. Eastern Time minus 3 hours. So is that 10 p.m. 10 p.m. Pacific? S Justicey. What's going on, S Justice? Welcome in. Thank you very much for the follow today. Samsung, thank you very much for the tier 1 resub. Greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. On to the spike of appreciation, our almost full spike of appreciation. We have another one on standby, ready to go, and we have the cap ready to cap this one off. Wonderful to see y'all in here. Been doing well. Been doing very well. We're excited to. This is a live look at the night sky here in Central Ontario, Canada, and we are using the WiseCam version 3. Wherever the box went, it's somewhere. 10 p.m. Just be starting to darken. 10, 11, 12, 1. Yes. So just around that time. Actually, it's fair chance it'll be good because you can start getting some illumination from the sun as well, kind of assisting things. But yeah, we're expecting about 1 a.m. Eastern Time for this peak to hit. So I might be adjusting where the camera is looking. We don't really need to look directly at the radiant, but you can expect anything that is going to be appearing from up in that direction coming down is going to be from the the Herculid Meteor Shower. Einsteinway, hello, how you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you in here. How are things? How have things been tonight? Yeah, we're keeping our eye on the sky this evening. Image is very grainy, and that is just from the kilobytes or the kilobits. I am working off the Wi-Fi. It's not the strongest signal outside. Bushido Hari, good to see you. Peeking in before you go to sleep. Well, we are recording the sky, so the HD version will and should look better than what we're doing with our live feed. But we'll be able to review the footage and see what we can see for any little meteors that may be peeking through. Cloudy thunderstorms here. See, I kind of like a thunderstorm as well. I do like to capture some thunderstorms. We did have a little bit of lightning not too long ago, and I got a little bit of it, but not too much. It was largely cloud to cloud lightning, and I think the best image that I got was that was our best image from the storm a couple of weeks back. That's about all I got. Sub 69, hello, how you doing? Good to see you in here today. How are things? How was your weekend? Yes. How was everybody's weekend? I know it's Monday. We don't usually stream on a Monday night. It's kind of a not so much uncharted territory, but it's the less evenings that we join in here. You're watching a storm chasing stream yesterday. It was fun. Was it Storm Chaser IRL? Or is there? I thought I saw another one. Does Reed Timmer do? Does he do Twitch as well? Jedi Master Jinx, hello. How you doing? Good to see you here. You climbed about 10 meters up into a tree and caught a swarm of bees.
Ask me a question.
Oh my goodness, really? Why? Well, you caught them though, right? We don't usually have a 1 in 1,000 year meteor event either. This is true. It's one of those things like be anticipatory of seeing some meteors, but then at the same time, it's you never know what we're gonna get. It's not until we kind of the next day will we know how wonderful the meteor shower was. I went to Anti-Tam this weekend, shot some medium format black and white, was exhausted but lots of fun. I got some really good exposures. Excellent. At any time, Achilles Heel, if you would like to, you're always free to share in our Discord of any kind of images you're proud of. We always like to see what people are doing, terrestrial and astrophotography. Jedi Master Jinx, you got to meet Reed Timmer a couple of years ago. I watched the storm chasing program on National Geographic, and he seems very intense. A weekend was good, had the families over, smoked ribs, and ooh, excellent. Oh yes, it was a happy Memorial Day for our friends in the United States. Hopefully everybody did have a delicious barbecue and had a good time as best as possible. Wonderful. I usually watch Storm Chaser Jennifer. Okay, I guess that I only just happened upon Storm Chaser IRL, as somehow in my summary for the Twitch streams, it said that they were my top referrer. And I'm like, okay, well, let's check them out. And it was actually pretty cool. So we did get a chance to raid into them the other day. Actually, they're on right now. See, I like the storms, but then again, the storms are impacting our views of the night sky, so that's a bit of a problem. You've seen a few of Jennifer's streams. All right, this is when it's okay because I'm asking, what is her Twitch channel? Oh, hello, Maka. Yes, we have we got a few days remaining with Maka Build's sign. That is the Lego sign that is behind my head here. And exclamation point board will bring that up if you do want to have your own message. Reed is Storm Chaser, Reed Timmer. All right. And Lily are page 171 for Tim Peake's Ask an Astronaut. Now, usually I do stay overhead with our books, but we also will be keeping an eye on the sky with everybody. All right, question. How do you keep cool in space? All right, let's go back over here so we can keep an eye on any meteors. All right, yeah, you can like storms just during the day or in other locations. Exactly. Storms can be fine elsewhere, just not here. That's not what we want. All right, so how do you keep cool in space? Actually, we can leave it like this. Well, to stay cool, astronauts wear a special suit called a liquid cooling and ventilation garment, LCVG, under their spacesuits. The LCVG is worn close to the body and incorporates coils of very small diameter clear plastic tubing. Cool water is pumped through the tubing to chill the body when needed. So where do we get our cool water from? That's the really clever part. Some of the spacesuit's water supply is passed through a sublimator, a porous plate that exposes the water to the vacuum of space. This water freezes, then slowly sublimates into vapor, with the vapor vented off into space. This forms a kind of ice pack that water can be passed through to chill it and remove the heat generated by our bodies. There's a metal dial on the front of our spacesuits called a thermal control valve, TCV. The TCV mixes water that's been chilled with the water that has bypassed the sublimator, a little like a shower unit mixing hot and cold water. This enables the astronaut to select the desired temperature of the water that is being pumped through the tubes that's close to the body. This system is so effective that actually it's very easy to cool off, and then when working hard, but sometimes it's harder to warm back up again. For this reason, astronauts concentrate on maintaining a steady working rate during a spacewalk, trying to avoid temperature extremes or the need to adjust the cooling valve. I like that. I like that one. Okay. Lily, thank you very much for that redeem and gaining more insight into the lives of those who are on the International Space Station from Tim Peake's Ask an Astronaut. So there you go. Page 171. There you go. Forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever, and the sun expanded and ate the earth, and this is destroyed. But until then, that's your page. You have a radio going as well. Yeah, you can hear that they're on the. I was thinking about that. Is there I'm thinking actually. Ooh, okay. Are they streaming right now? Is this one person streaming? They are. Posted images to general chat of the swarm. All right, we'll have a look at that in a moment. Now, there is Crash G 1972, and they are using a radio telescope. And I do wonder if it does show up.
I am inevitable.
Aha. Aha. We're good. We're good. That's off for tonight. Anything that takes me away from the screen for too long this evening, we're gonna turn those off. So yes, so I wonder on this channel with Crash G, you got your one shot in. There you go. and until the eventual heat death of the universe. But that page is yours, Lily. I appreciate it. So yes, I'll drop that in. Actually, here, let's do this. Let's do the proper shout out for. There you go. If you do want to drop them a follow, I do. I don't know exactly how to read everything on here, but I do wonder if meteors would actually show up on this one, if there would be a little blip on here. Where is? All right, this is so what we're using tonight, the camera that we are aiming to image with, that is the Wisecam V3. It is stuck on the tripod like so. Kind of pointing towards the northeast and almost maybe like 60 degrees. All right, Sean's got his all ready to go. Arcturus is in the right corner framing at the peak. The camera's pointed at the meridian. Perfect. Oh wow. I think there would be. All right, well, we'll keep an eye on theirs as well. You went all the way up there. See, all the climbing pays off, right? You tried to get them to move into that old brood frame. Did it work? It was successful, yes. Nope, dang. How dare they? Don't they know? Don't they know that you would take awesome care of them? Alright, is there a video loading up? Or is that we gotta download this? With enough climbing equipment and know-how, you're basically just constantly giving gravity the middle finger. There we go. They're basically just like the snap, because the snap is also a jerk. Yes, we were successful in not getting snapped away today. So I'm wondering if we do at this point now, maybe kind of point the camera up toward the radiant, but we don't really need to. That's the thing. Oh. Well, I was in front of one. A little teeny tiny, a little teeny tiny meteor flashed down here for like half a second. Well, it was just a Kerbal dying. Looks like we got an airplane passing through. Alright, Deacon Wife, resolution on your monitor sucks. Oh no, the resolution isn't that much, but we're coming in at 119 kilobytes per second on here right now for our wireless signal. Stargentian, hello. Satellite, it's blinking. It's got a bit of a blink going on with it. Although possibly just from it could be a satellite as well. Or aliens. Why are we using the Wi-Fi again? It is this camera doesn't have a hardwired option. You can really tell if it's blink or... Oh my... Oh my goodness! Alright, Deacon Wife. Oh my gosh. Thank you very much. You've seen 3. You know, the ones... one is a plane or satellite. Could be. Possibly something like that. You can definitely tell you caught the queen. Oh, good. Maybe they'll flock to the queen for you. Ari Digging Wife, thank you so much. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. To Achilles Knee, Bicep, Protege 420, Doodle Stargazer, and last but not least, Mysterious Hooded Figure. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I appreciate it greatly. I'm largely aiming to keep our screen on this one tonight, so we can catch any of the possible meteors passing through. Did you know you can run a Cat 6 up to 425 feet without loss? Gutros, that is a... I was always thinking like 300. I always kind of kept it at that range. But right now, the camera we're using does not have a hardwired connection. It is just a Wi-Fi camera. But I am recording on the memory card with the memory card, so it's recording in HD. So we can also still be going back through the footage. I do wonder if I switch it over to back to the color nighttime camera, if that would work. It's still going to be a little low on the resolution. Now, it's the ones that are the meteors. We'll see them kind of flash through, and they're going to be fairly slow. They're not going to be moving as fast as as any of the Perseid or the Geminid meteors. Stats don't blink like that. No, I think it's the... Oh, we have... Oh, I gotta turn the lurk off as well. Oh my goodness. I wonder, are we actually seeing some... That looks less flashy. That's like very, very slow. It is emanating from the radiant. Are we actually seeing like really, really slow meteors? To be fair, I haven't really pointed the camera up at the sky on a clear night like this before. So this is kind of the first time they're seeing it, but I don't know, that just seems like really slow. Like super slow. Like it's gonna drill into my head slow. It's supposed to be slower, like 10 miles per second. Now, yeah, they are, because we're catching up to this this field, this debris field as well. So that's what's making this one a little different. I think for tonight, I got to do this one. Lurk is going to be cancel that. It's just going to be disabled at the moment. Things that take us away from the screen for too long. I'm going to leave them here. You're in a particularly intense Halo match. Ooh, are you playing Halo Infinite? Or what's your favorite Halo? All right, Shidohari, I appreciate Shidohari for the lurk. Have a good sleep. I appreciate you jumping in today. All right, so interesting to see some of these slow-moving objects, but I don't think they're going to be moving that slow. Halo Infinite, excellent. I have yet to give it a go. It's been a while since I played. I was watching somebody play Halo, and there were some callbacks to the previous games, and they've never played the previous games before. So I'm thinking I'm going nuts at some of these references, and they're just like, "Oh, it's a pretty cool looking game." You just watched the Halo series, and you want to play the games again. Ooh. Where is that on? Where is the Halo series on? But good to see you. How are things, Gucho? Science Streams, Balint, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. How is your evening? Good to see you in here. We're keeping our eyes peeled for any Herculid meteors. So basically anything that is emanating from anything from this direct, anything coming from here down is from the radiant of our meteor shower. It's on Halo's on Paramount Plus. So I gotta subscribe to something else. Oh boy. Let's move the mouse away from here for now. Are you okay? How are you doing tonight? How's the meteor shower? So far, we've had a couple of what was that? But nothing too exciting at the moment. We are waiting. We are expecting this to intensify closer to 1 in the morning Eastern time. So we're currently at 11 p.m. So I welcome those who have joined into the stream. The CMW, hello. Hello, how you doing tonight? Welcome in. Yes, for everyone, for all. Captain Canada! Ooh, here comes some meteors. Oh my goodness. Captain, how you doing? You are the meteors. Welcome in, Raiders. Crafty Gamer Lady, hello, how you doing? Welcome, good to see you in here. CMW, wonderful to have you as well. Science Streams, wonderful to have you in with us as well. Ari, thank you very much. Thank you so much for the gifted sub to Captain Canada. Gutros, you can check out some Stranger Things. No worries. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's we'll quickly do one of these. Thank you very much for the gifted sub to Captain Canada. Greatly appreciated. Oh wait, hang on. We got the ceremonious on the spike of appreciation. Thank you very, very much. But welcome in, Raiders. How is everybody doing tonight? How was your stream? Oh my goodness, how, Captain Canada, how is the Batwing? How freaking awesome is that? But yes, Raiders, my name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. It is my pleasure to be sharing the Herculid Meteor Shower with you tonight. We haven't really seen anything massively spectacular yet, but that every time with a meteor shower, it's either sometimes it's going to be awesome, sometimes it's like you've been sitting out in the cold for hours. But tonight you get to sit in the warmth of your domicile. You can check out some meteors. But good to see you. It was good. The Batwing is quite large. How far did you get with it? Yes, you are a Canuck. You're firmly planted in BC. Excellent. Glad to hear everything is progressing well for you. Yes, thank you so much for joining in for bringing in the raid, bringing in your community. Happy to be sharing the night sky with everybody. So if we can get a shout for Captain Canada, a fantastic fellow Canadian, a awesome Lego streamer, and just a genuine cool dude to hang out with. Space shuttle rebuild on your birthday, because of the time zone, it will be June 13th for you. And who knows, maybe it'll be June 14th as well. Who knows? Batwing is a very nice birthday surprise for you, and building it is quite the task, it seems. It's like it's on my wish list for the Batwing as well as the Batmobile. I definitely want to add those into the collection. Also, you got your alarm set for getting Optimus Prime. Same season. Actually, we're going to be streaming probably right up until right up until the midnight hour, possibly, to make sure we secure Optimus Prime. And yes, we do have our Optimus Prime emotes, whichever one gets the most usage. Right now, I'm pretty sure, unless some spamming twist of fate, the G1 Optimus Prime is in the lead by over 1,500 votes. It is a must-have. It is. G1 all day, exactly. We enjoy. We grew up with Transformers, Optimus Prime being our leader, our inspiration, our mentor, protecting Earth from the Decepticons. Mysterious Hooded Figure, hello, how you doing? Peptic Cascade, hello, how you doing tonight? So is it really going to happen tonight? Well, we're not too sure. We'll see how it goes. 1 a.m. is the peak of the meteor shower. We'll keep an eye on things. But Peptic Cascade, thank you very much for the follow. SS Gaming 8580, thank you very much. Grand Admiral Quack, how you doing? Yes, Autobots, transform. Oh my goodness. Grand Admiral Quack, good to see you in here tonight. So this is our live view of the night sky. We are keeping an eye on just anywhere in the sky right now, because you can look toward the radiant, you can look away from the
Holy
radiant.
potatoes!
And that's going to bring you the views of the sky. Evanescence119, thank you so much for the follow as well. Good to see you all in here tonight. And those who joined in on the raid with Captain Canada, I greatly appreciate it. If you would also see down here where the potato's bouncing, we have our logo. If you click on that twice, Twitch counts you as a viewer. And it is 2 simple clicks. You're counted. If you're lurking, that is greatly appreciated. We haven't seen many tonight. We haven't seen a great deal of them at the moment, but we'll largely keep the camera in this orientation so that we can see if anything is passing through. It's awesome. You're wondering when the shower was. You forgot it was this week. Yes, tonight is the peak. Oh, actually, I guess early Tuesday morning. So we're about a couple hours out from the peak of the meteor
By
shower.
the power of Grayskull, I have the mustache.
We're going to be passing through the meteor. We're catching up to the remainder of the meteor shower, of the debris that was left over from Comet 72P back in 1995.
Water. This the water.
Le. It would not work to try. It would not translate too well if Neil deGrasse Tyson spoke French. It does not seem that well. We have a captain, an admiral. Do we have any lieutenants or sergeants? We have a. Who else do we have? We have a commander. Yep, there we go. Commander Sam Vines reporting for duty. Zoyer, hello. How's it going? Good to see you. Good to see you. Yes, yeah, Captain Canada, that Batwing. How long do you figure it's going to take to build? Or did you, speed through it? Security! Holy potatoes, security! Thank you so much for the 18 months. 18 months and a new sub badge for you. You got the Owl Nebula now. Thank you very much for 18 freaking months. I greatly appreciate it. On to the spike of appreciation for you, my friend. Good to see you in here. if you guys want to see some awesome tinkering with hacking and working with in other systems, go check out Security Live. He does some amazing work with likes to look after security, but is also doing some 3D printing and just a lot of fun things going on on his stream. You're not sure, you're only 3 bags in so far, and it's 13. You spent 3 hours. All right, so quite a while. Quite a bit. Sim! Security! Oh my goodness. Peas and rice security, thank you very much for the gifted sub to Astro Caleb. Greatly appreciated. Hang on. There we go. Thank you. Thank you very much. Wonderful to have you in here. Wonderful. Helmet!
This is Apollo Mission Control. Flight Director Cliff Charlesworth's team is on station here in the Mission Operations Control Room, ready to assume the control of this flight at tower clearance.
I forgot about this one. Ari, thank you very much for the 200 bits. Wearing my helmet, thank you very much for the 4 months. Oh my goodness. Alright, I'll keep an eye on the screen over here.
We're just past the 26-minute mark in the count. T-minus 25 minutes, 53 seconds and counting. Still proceeding very satisfactorily. At this time,
Alright, so far, no meteors. Do not worry, there's no meteors occurring right now. Security, thank you very much for the 100 bits. Greatly appreciated.
Maneuvers in space. Each one of these thrusters is capable of 100 pounds of thrust. There are 16 of them located in 4 quadrants around the service module.
Thank you for the 100 bits. Oh boy, there's some. Oh, we're gonna have some nuts. We're gonna have some hot nuts while we're watching for some hot meteors crashing through
it picked up
our
T-minus
atmosphere
9-hour mark
tonight.
at 11 p.m. Eastern Daylight.
So far, nothing. So far, no meteors have happened. No anomalous. There's an airplane going through. We got an airplane passing. That's no. The CMW, thank you very much.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're now less than 16 minutes away from the planned liftoff of the Apollo 11 space vehicle.
Let's do this.
All still going well with the countdown at this time. The astronauts aboard the spacecraft have had a little chance to rest over the last 2 minutes or so. At least they haven't been busy with procedures with the spacecraft test conductor. In the meantime, we have been performing final checks on the tracking beacons and the instrument unit, which is used as the guidance system during the powered phase of flight. Once we get down to the 3-minute and 10-second mark in the countdown, we'll go on an automatic sequence. As far as the launch vehicle is concerned, all aspects from there on down will be automatic, run by the ground master computer here in the firing room. This will lead up to the 8.9-minute mark in the countdown when the ignition sequence will begin in those 5 engines of the first stage, the S1C stage of the Saturn V.
Oh my goodness. Thank you for the security. Thank you for the gifted sub to the CMW. Also, Herbals, the 1500 bits, the galaxy's worst bowl of cereal coming up.
Oh, look, there's a red dot where my pointer should be. Click the screen so Astro knows what the heck we're looking at.
Oh my goodness.
Ari. Control is at the 11-minute mark. Now T-minus 10 minutes, 54 seconds on our countdown for Apollo 11. All still go at this time. The astronauts in the spacecraft busy.
Thank you very much for the gifted sub to Lily Whispered. Greatly appreciated.
Perform some final
Thank you so much.
switch settings for the stabilization and control system
for bringing us to
spacecraft also
the beginning of our level 3
shortly
train.
after the 15-minute mark. spacecraft now in the full power of its fuel cells. Up to this time, it had been sharing the load with an external power source. Both Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin have armed their rotational hand controllers.
We're going to get some peanuts, some of the peanuts in the face right now as we're leading up to our bowl of cereal.
Detection system, that system that would cue the astronauts if there's trouble down below with the Saturn V rocket during the powered flight. We're now coming up to the 10-minute mark, 10 minutes away from our planned liftoff.
CMW, RED can secure you live, and RED can wife again. Thank you.
We're aiming for our planned liftoff at 32 minutes past the hour. This is Kennedy Launch Control.
Clip it, clip it. We got meteors, clip them. We got meteors, give them a clip. Third rock. Ari, for the 200 bits. Oh. Does a TIE fighter count as a meteor? All the hot nuts. Oh, why does some nights is just some nights are hotter than others. I will prepare our galaxy's worst bowl of cereal. Thank you very much for bringing us up to level 3 hype train. At the conclusion, we will return to our view of the night sky. But I appreciate it very, very much. Oh my God! Hobbit! Firecracker, hello! Lily, thank you so much for the 24 bits. Greatly appreciate it. Oh my goodness. Not a Hobbit, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. Oh my gosh.
The start of our launch window on this the mission to land men on the moon.
Lego Wiz, how you doing?
Still proceeding very satisfactorily at this time. We've just got by an important test with the launch vehicle, checking out the various batteries in the 3 stages and instrument unit of the Saturn V. We remain on external power through most of the count to preserve those batteries which must be used during the powered flight. We've just taken a look at them by going internal and then switching back to external again. The batteries all look good. The next time we go internal, we'll get the 50-second mark with those batteries, and they will remain.
Ari, thank you very much for the 200 pence. Lily for the 42.
The lunar module, which has been rather inactive during these last... This is Apollo 11. Now 5 minutes and counting. We're on time.
Oh my!
Plane liftoff. Spacecraft test conductor Skip Jovan now has completed the status check.
Thank you,
in the control room.
SS Gaming.
They are go for the mission. And this has been reported to the test supervisor, Bill Schiff. Test supervisor now going through some status
cloudy
check.
Here, not sure it's going to be clear in time. Well, we got you covered.
Go for launch.
We got this portion of the sky covered for you.
Now gives a go as our countdown continues. The astronauts will have a few more reports coming up in the countdown. The last business
Hobbit, thank you very much.
Ari! At the 45-second mark in the count when he gives a status on the final alignment of the stabilization and control system. Still go at
oh my goodness.
The test supervisor now has informed launch vehicle testing.
Holy potatoes!
Thank you very much for the gifted, for the 5 gifted subs.
As the launch vehicle begins to build up.
Oh my
now
goodness.
hitting the 4 minute mark. 4 minutes mark. 4 minutes and counting. We are go for Apollo 11. They go on.
Double Singwally!
They're starting at 3 minutes and 7 seconds.
Oh, well, thank you guys very much. Thank Oh, crap.
3 minutes, 45 seconds and counting. The final,
Keep an eye.
abort.
There we go. Keep an eye on this screen. This is where we're going to be seeing some meteors passing through. Double symbolic. Thank you very much for 2 months. 2 months. Thank you so much.
3 minutes, 25 seconds.
We'll get you all up in the spike of appreciation at the conclusion of our hype train.
All still go at this time.
But thank you very much. We're keeping an eye on the sky for the Herculid Meteor Shower here in central
Firing
Ontario.
command coming in now. We are on the automatic sequence.
We have another
3-minute mark in the
Ari
count.
for the 200
T-minus
bits.
3 minutes and counting. T-minus 3. We are
Got
go
some
with
more
all
ghost
elements
pepper
of the
peanuts
mission
for you.
at this time. We're on an automatic sequence as the master computer supervises hundreds of events occurring
It's getting hot
over
in
these
here.
last few minutes. T-minus 2 minutes, 45 seconds. and
Look, I am
counting.
happy.
The members of the launch
I am
team
very
and
happy to be
control
sharing
center
this
monitoring a number
this time
of
with
what
you.
we call red line barriers.
CGL Hubby,
You don't
thank you very
want
much
to
for the
go
follow.
above and below in temperatures and
We're taking a
pressure.
live look at the night sky
We're standing
tonight.
by to call out any deviations
Keeping an eye out
from
for
our
the
plan.
possible
2
meteor
minutes,
storm
30 seconds and counting.
for the
We'll
Herculean
still go on
meteors.
Apollo 11 at this time.
Thank you so much. At the conclusion of the hype train, we will return to the full screen
And all is
for our
well.
meteors.
Remember our status quo.
90 minutes till the sky falls at the predicted peak.
2
It
minutes,
may be a
10
dud
seconds and
or a
counting.
screaming dude. That's it, we don't know.
The target
It could be a fantastic meteor shower, or it could be, like you said, a dud. Hopefully, not so much a dud. Rope. No, we got something. Got something moving. All right, thank you very much for the 200 bits. What was that? No. Who has a script? These are...
T-minus 1 minute, 35 seconds on the Apollo mission. Flight to land on the moon.
Pardon me. Hobbit, thank you so much for the 100 bits, and Ari for the 200 bits. I'm eating these peanuts as we go, but we'll save the galaxies, or not, sorry, it's not the galaxy's worst bowl of cereal. It's Mr. Payne. It's Mr. Payne we got coming up. Oh my goodness.
Leading up to the ignition sequence of 8.9 seconds. We're approaching the 50-second mark on the Apollo 11 mission. T-minus 50 seconds and
These
counting.
games aren't scripted? No. I mean, yes. Word for word. I have it all written down on a piece of paper.
The 50-second mark. Power transfer is complete. We're on internal power with the launch vehicle at this time. 40 seconds away from the Apollo 11 liftoff.
No, it's not
All the
a...
seconds.
It's Mr. Payne.
T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance
Hobbit.
is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Security.
Tower clear.
Holy potatoes!
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll
Oh my
program,
gosh.
which puts Apollo 11 on proper heading.
You're so close. Sorry, not sorry. I appreciate it. I appreciate getting us passing level 4.
Plus
Oh
30
my,
seconds.
my mouth is mildly on fire for all the nuts.
Roll complete and the pitch is programmed.
Nope. Doodle Stargazer, hello. Doodler, good to see you. Good to
Altitude
see
2
you.
miles.
Oh boy, it's gonna get really, really spicy in a bit.
Apollo 11, Houston, you're good at 1 minute.
Volcano Doc!
Downrange 1 mile, altitude 3, 4
Yeah,
miles
what's
now.
up, Jack?
One Bravo is a abort control mode.
Had the model of Saturn V was like 4.5 feet tall. Oh my goodness.
Velocity
Really?
2,195 feet per second.
Oh, I see what was that. I was like really low on the volume. That's why you couldn't hear me before.
Everything just go, Ralph.
But thank you. Thank you very much for the 100 bits, Volcano Doc. Hopefully you're keeping well. We're sharing our night sky here.
We're through the region of maximum dynamic pressure now.
Portugasque.
Yeah, everything looks good here. We're at 1350 at the start block. Set 8 miles downrange, 12 miles high.
Portugasque, thank you very
4,000
much.
feet per second.
Thank you so much for the 2 months.
Stand by for mode 1, Charlie.
Greatly appreciate
Mode 1,
it.
Charlie. 1, Charlie.
Doing well. Glad to be able to have the skies with y'all. We're glad to see you in here.
We're taking a station status.
Wonderful to have you with us. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. So far we haven't had a great deal of Einstein away. Thank you so much for the 8 bits. Greatly appreciated. Thank you. You're all awesome. You're all fabulous. You're tremendous. I feel the ghost pepper is imminent as well. Oh boy. Yes, when it works. When the lights work. What the hell? Oklahoma looking northeast sounds about right. And almost straight up. Straight up in the sky. Portugasque, thank you very much for the 100 bits. It's greatly appreciated. You see about 5 meteors already on this cam. See, there's some slow-moving things. I don't know if they're actually that slow. They could be like, maybe. I've never experienced the Tau Herculid Meteor Shower.
300 feet per second.
Oh boy. Ari! We have decided that they're planes, that they're airplanes. But thank you very much for the 100 bits, Ari. Hobbit! Thank you. Thank you all so much. Oh, there was one. I just saw one. We just saw one. Clip it. Clip it. Oh my goodness. Holy potato. All right, I'm going over to the screen for a bit. Oh my goodness. Security, thank you very much for the gifted sub. To see CGL Hubby as well as Not a Hobbit to SS Gaming. Greatly appreciated. Oh my goodness. Oh, you're all tremendous. I need to get more screens with this on here. All right, there we go. How is this? Peptic Cascade. Better, good, louder. Yes, thank you all very much for joining us tonight. I'm also, maybe we'll keep it a little louder because it's getting late here, at least for some other people in the house. Well, thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, do let me know if there is any kind of, if the audio does change. One right above the head. I saw one that went up just over around, dropped around here. We are recording all of this as well, so we will be able to look back through the footage and make sure that we are able to take a look at some of the previous views of the sky. So anything that kind of comes out from this direction here is from the radiant of the Herculid point of the Tau Herculeid, in between, pretty much in between the portion of Hercules, the constellation Hercules and Boötes, is where we're going to be seeing these meteors dropping in. And with in like the next hour and a half, next 90 minutes is the anticipated outburst of the meteors. And I'll probably go out around like maybe 12:30 and point the camera up a little more 90 degrees toward the zenith, so that we can possibly see a little more. Apparently also got to look out for, yes, the Jeb drops in from time to time, and we're still on a rescue mission for Jeb.
By the power of Grayskull, I have the mustache.
So looking southwest. Yes, we will be pointing the camera a little more to the actually, we could say, take a look at how we're going to be seeing them in the... Yes, more southwest, but keeping it kind of straight up towards the zenith. And, oh, there was one. Did you just see that? It was just up there. Tiny little meteor. Passed above the head. Alright, so as we approach the peak of the meteor shower, we may start to see a little more activity picking up in the sky. So this is when things can start to get a little more interesting, hopefully. And yes, Einstein waits 75 to 100 minutes till skyfall prediction. Should we, if it like really starts busting up, should like really risk a DMCA strike and play some Adele?
Holy potatoes!
All right, let's let me also say some thanks as well, because y'all deserve it very, very much. Let's also keep this. Let's put you here. Shall we? Yes. So we can keep an eye on some meteors. Vanilla Shaky, thank you very much. I don't think you get DMCA'd on Twitch, they just mute the audio. Although I did think that I don't know, a little difficult to for them to always nail everybody on that, but we shall see. So for the remainder of Ari Deacon Wife and Portugasque for the 100 bits, we'll get a few more of our ghost pepper peanuts. That's these bad boys right here. Oh crap on a cracker, the ghost pepper is done. Oh no. Oh no. Vanilla Shaky. Vanilla Shaky. Of course, it's you. Thank you. Thank you for joining us today. How are you doing? But yes, Sloan. Good evening to you. Deets on the shower. We are hoping that this will be a meteor storm. We're hoping it's going to be a meteor storm. However, always be prepared for not disappointment, but just to be whelmed. We've seen a few meteors tonight. A few small ones. I will be changing the orientation of the camera a little later on. But yes, you see this health bar right here. When it resets, it was down to here before. It's reset and it's already taken off some amounts. So that means that this fresh ghost pepper will be consumed atop our delicious rocket ship. D-Gag, hello, how you doing? I've turned the drops off for now. The only drops that we're going to be aiming to see are the meteor shower.
Astro Canuck, you will find 1 credit for violation of the Vocal Morality Statute.
Sloan. Wait, did that take it off on there? Did that drop down to... Was that 9317? It should have dropped off. Sloan, thank you very much for the 100 bits. And for some ghost pepper peanuts for you. All right, you get some bonus nuts, Sloan. Degag, a little action. A little, holy jeez Louise. Oh, no, it worked. It worked. Oh my goodness. Holy crap on a cracker. Double Sinwali. Also, thank you so much for the resub. And thank you very much for the 1,000 bits. For a bowl of the galaxy's worst cereal. Oh my goodness. Right. 2 seconds here. For those who are just joining us tonight, I appreciate you coming in. We are taking a live look here. See this look over here, right here. That's our live look at the night sky here in Central Ontario. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. Things are about to get ridiculously spicy that I'm probably going to turn up the fan in here as well. Oh my goodness. Sinwali, thank you very much for the 1,000 bits. Oh my gosh. Okay. For not a hobbit. Very not a hobbit for the 1,500 bits on the fiery chili tortilla chip. Oh, that's a good one. That's a nice curvy one that'll hold Mr. Payne. This sauce here, Mr. Payne, is one of the hottest sauces we have.
Water.
Focusing on Infinity could also attest to the heat on this one. Its main ingredient is Chris Perillo. Chris! Oh my goodness. Gaffleg, fix 'em, dude. Joshua XP, Pink 3DP. How you doing? Welcome in, Raiders. You are just in time. You are all just in time. For everything. Deep Sleep Studios, Nomi, how you doing? Moss Up, what's up? How you doing? Subsector 3D, Free Heathen, good to see you in here. Dropkick, thank you so much for joining us. Need More Coffee Princess, I'm the Need More Coffee King. Welcome. Pez Liz, hello Liz, how you doing? Good to see you. Deep Sleep Studios, thank you very much for the follow. Rob, ENC954, thank you very much as well. Welcome in, Raiders. Chris, how are you doing this evening? Oh my goodness. Free Heathen, Deep Sleep, and Joshua XP. Holy crap on a cracker. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh. Joshua. Chris, how was the stream? Fix him.
One credit for violation of the statute.
Oh my goodness. Oh, it's getting super spicy. Stream good. Oh my goodness. Security.
101.
Oh my goodness. Y'all are going to be like, I'm already going to be eating a ghost pepper right now. We just concluded a hype train. We just concluded one, but we are going to be eating, well, we, the collective, the singular, we. I'm going to be eating a ghost pepper. Flame of a loon. You just saw one in the top right corner. If you do see one where we're doing this exclamation point clip, we'll bring that up. Exclamation clip. We, well, the royal we. I don't know, Chris. You wanna nibble on a ghost pepper? Right. For those who are unaware, who is the wonderful Chris Perillo, go drop him a follow. Go say hello. But also go check out Maker Deck. The brainchild, the spearheaded by Chris Perillo. Go check him out. But yes, let's also two things.
Holy potatoes!
Two things. You see this ghost pepper? It's going to be pointing down here to where the goat, under the goat's ass. There's that logo. If for those who rated in, if you could click on that once, click on that twice. Let Twitch count you as a viewer, because I want to do it up tonight. I want to see a lot of people joining in, checking out the night sky, because we are taking a look at the Herculid Meteor Shower. And that is this view here in central Ontario. I am happy to be sharing this. We're going to change the camera's orientation a little bit in about maybe half an hour or so. It is wonderful to have you all in here. Krusty 3D, hello. You had pickled ghost peppers at dinner. Ooh. Excellent. All right, let's do this. We're jumping into the 1500 bits from Not a Hobbit for Mr. Payne, as y'all were jumping in. Oh boy. Well, that was well, that's an amount. The active ingredient in here is the same that's in pepper spray. So let's just put it in my mouth. Make it a safe place for alien explorers. Not a Hobbit. Thank you very much for the 1500 bits. And for Mr. Payne. Double Sinwali. We are going to come to this in a little bit for the galaxy's worst bowl of cereal. So I will keep you in here. I'll keep you in here because what we're going to be doing is we're going to pull the pin on our ghost pepper. Because I'm not eating the stem. I'm not gonna be silly like that.
Water. This the water.
Hollywood in 3D, thank you. Thank you very much. Oh boy. Right. So here is the here is our lovely rocket-shaped piece of bread with some pizza sauce and smoked turkey and some creamy jalapeno Havarti, because I like flavor with the spice. We'll do that. Oh, that's a big pepper tonight. That's a big one. Let's get this down the hatch, and then we'll talk about what it is we're looking at tonight and why we're excited about this meteor shower. Oh, wait a second. There's something in here. Joshua for the 300 bits. Oh. You love the goats. Now, the goat.
You should have gone for the head.
Oh, it turned itself back on. Oh, jeez. Oh, crap.
Holy potatoes!
I mean, there should be an older face on here, an old dried up spud. Just think of the extra spicy seed that's Thanos did not like being ignored, no. No. Reincarnated as a spud. Oh my goodness. That's not a hiccup yet. Alright, let's turn that one. No, not that one. Not the super secret spud. Alright, Ghost Pepper. And then we'll talk about the meteor shower, because it's fun to talk while my mouth is on fire, right? I'm going to start this time. I'm going to start off with the business end. I'm going to put the rear end in my mouth right now. I can hear my blood in my ears. I can feel the blood rush to my ears. Whiskey. A mistake is all that chewing. Possibly. Maybe not. Right. Okay. So, welcome in, everybody. Welcome. Welcome. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. My mouth is on fire. Make sure you click that link, please. Twice. Count as the viewer, but we are looking. We got clear skies here in central Ontario. This is almost astronomically, it's nearly unheard of to have such clear skies on a potentially massive astronomical event. You've heard of meteor showers. There is the possibility, but we don't know. We won't know until it's tomorrow, for this to become a meteor storm. Meteor storm indicates that you're having more than 1,000 meteors per hour to be seen, possibly every 5 every second. That is a possibility with tonight's event, as the comet 78P, Schwarzmann-Washman broke up a little bit in 1995, much like the Beatles and all of our other favorite bands. And there's a chance we're going through that larger debris field, catching up to it, and there's a possibility of a large outburst of meteors. And that's going to be expected around the peak time at 1 a.m. Eastern Time. So in about an hour and 15 minutes-ish from now. So I'm going to be going outside in about maybe half an hour and adjusting closer toward the radiant. And also, the other thing is that maybe we will see. It could be interesting. It may be awesome, but it also might just be whelming.
Holy potatoes!
There is the possibility that it may not be as excited as advertised, but we hope it would be. We always hope they would be. Mr. Richard, how are you doing? Latier, you hope the aliens come. I hope they bring towels then. Where is the Radiant? The Radiant is in this area here. I'm gonna step away from it. Actually, no, we can see the screen down here at the bottom. In the bottom left. Bottom right, sorry. So the radiant is in between Buotes and Hercules for the Tau Herculid Meteor Shower, and pretty much straight up, just a little south from the zenith. Will there be a potato shower tonight? I mean, I showered just before the stream, but y'all don't get to see that. Subs has seen about 10 in the past hour on the stream, so it could be ramping up. And like I said, if you guys do see it, if you can clip it, or exclamation point clip if you just want to get that quick 30 seconds in the clip. That's the OnlyFans. Yes, the showering potato is for the OnlyFans. So yes, we're in about the next hour and 10 minutes or so, in around that time frame. So we're expected for the peak of the meteor showers. So right now we are where we're looking at with our camera at the moment. We are looking in. We can see Vega just in the top left. Sorry, I keep saying top right corner. I'm thinking like the screen's flipped. In the top right corner is Vega. So we're just out of frame is the radiant. So actually, we might not be too bad with this positioning, because Vega should largely hold its place. And maybe I'll tilt it up a tiny bit. But that is the expected area where we're going to be looking throughout the night. So that's what we're focusing on here. All this potato talk makes you wonder if there's a Only Spuds website, but you don't want to Google it just in case. It's one of those things. You never you that's why you use a totally different browser and a incognito window on your friend's computer to search just these curiosities. It's just like, "Hi mate, can I use your computer for a moment?" What for? Nothing. Not a damn thing. Just look over there for a minute.
By the power of Grayskull, I have the mustache.
If the corn hub exists, I wouldn't be surprised if there is a potato version. Probably it'd be all sorts of the vegetables, rutabagas, eggplants, bananas, peas. Oh, you use Tails Live USB on a USB. There you go. You see? Oh, there's one. That was a good one. Peaches. Yo, yes. We saw that one. That was the brightest one so far. There's a distinct lack of fruit in tonight's stream. You missed it. Ooh. There, the clip tracker's clip will get it. I just did a search. There's an account on Twitter called Only Spuds. See, but then we for the Only Spuds, we get things really, really spicy. We give them what they want with the spud. That's what we do. Make it spicy. That's right. Also TikTok. I see. I am on TikTok, but I haven't used TikTok. I think that's what we're gonna do one time. Is for a goal, y'all are gonna direct my first TikTok clip. Spud has bigger breasts than Lily. Arms. It's. Oh no, doesn't work here. They're called pecs. I control my eyebrows. We need a bigger space station. Those are spud boobs. Spoobs. All right. I will tilt the camera up a little bit, not too much, but it's all right. It's 2022 for crying out loud. We're still flying in tin can stations. You were promised a Von Braun station by now with artificial gravity. It's on back order. That's what it is. We are waiting. We're waiting for it's the supply chain. That's what we're waiting on here. Mangoes, hello. How you doing? How are you today? Oh. All right, so in this clip, lower right from, yep, you can see that. Well, we did catch one just over here. There it is, right there. That was a pretty good one. That was excellent. All right, so we'll keep it out. So they are a little... The Herculids are expected to be slower than regular... some of the other meteor showers we're used to, where you kind of see like a fast, like half a second streak of light pass across the sky, and like, oh, you missed it, but your friends saw it, or they always see it, you don't get to see it. So there's a better chance of them coming in a little slower and coming in a little brighter, and really you don't have to be looking directly at the radiant, because they are going to be appearing across the entire night sky. Flying Squid 1997, how you doing, Squid? Welcome, good to see you in here tonight. So what we are going to be doing is, actually no, what we are doing with this camera, it is recording. It is saving it to the memory card, so it is, I will get the footage after the stream is finished. And I'll download it and go through everything and see if we have any ones that we probably may have missed a few, but we'll, I'll clip all of those as well. Yes, we have, yeah, if you clips can also be posted in the Discord. It's not a necessity to join in with the Discord, but if there's anything I may have missed, I do check the clips after the stream. But I also greatly appreciate for tonight specifically, even just using bang clip, exclamation point clip will record like we'll save the last 30 seconds. How long is the meteor shower going for? As long as it's dark out. We're going to be passing through the bulk of the debris field in about an hour. So that's when we can expect like the largest amount of activity with the meteor shower. And it could be a large outburst, as what had happened in 1995. Let me find a picture of the of Comet 76P, or sorry, Comet 73P. Right, so it was this image here, this portion of the comet that started breaking up back in 1995, and this is what we're expecting to be passing through. Is this larger debris field from the comet. And that's what's expected to be this massive meteor storm rather than a meteor shower tonight. Flying Squid and Nomi3, thank you very much both for the follow, who welcome you into the observatory tonight. It is a special streaming evening as we are taking a look at the Tau Herculean meteor shower from that image of the comet I just shared with you here. So this was imaged back in 1995. So that is the remaining portion, so a larger piece of the comet that did break off. And this is what we're expecting to be passing through. So there's a chance that we're going to be going through larger pieces as well. Usually it is like the size of a grain of sand. So that's where you get like those little bright flashes. If they're larger pieces, chances are they're going to take a little while longer to burn up in the atmosphere, and as well as leaving a much longer streak. They're slower moving because we're kind of catching up to this rather than going like meeting up with the meteor shower, which is where you get the faster ones blazing through the night sky. CP Polar, thank you very much for the follow. Flame of Alun, thank you very much for the follow as well. I'm glad to have you all in here today. There are many things going on beyond the meteor shower, but we are getting rid of mosquitoes at the moment. All small pieces, or some might make it to the ground. Mick Jams, or MC Jams, I think because it's a small C. Let me know if it's Mick or MC. It, more often than not, we're probably won't be seeing anything that's going to make it to the ground, although it could be a slight possibility. If some of the rocky portions of this the comet could survive their larger pieces, they can find little tiny blips, but more often than not, they're going to vaporize in the atmosphere. But there's still always a chance that like every day, the Earth we plow through hundreds of thousands of tons of debris every day. We don't always see it because maybe it's the daytime, or you're in a highly light polluted area, or it's a full moon and it's washing out the night sky. There's always going to be something plowing and landing on Earth. Mick, all right, excellent. You have a rather strange question. The Hype Train music, is that publicly available to listen to? The Hype Train music I got was through Elgato. With some of the epic soundtracks that they had available through the Stream Deck software. It might be. I have had some claims for copyright on some of the songs that I've used, and I've messaged YouTube saying, no, it's all from Elgato. It's supposed to be all copyright free. And then they release it. If a Herculid takes out your telescope, you'll get a new one. I'll get you a new one. Oh, okay. Well, what if I just throw a baseball at it? No. Are you liking epic music? Well, thank you. It's there may be a couple of levels I want to play around with the music, but for the most part, it builds. It does start off nice and slow when we reach our crescendo, and I'm just noticing now we've started into the pink on the receipts. If you throw a baseball at your telescope, I will buy you a new one. I'm looking for the asterisk in your subs. Here's my problem. I don't have a baseball. 3 days ago, I had an asteroid pass between the moon, orbit, and Earth, if you recall. Sometimes we do get small ones that do pass through. And we do have like a certain cutoff point for brightness that is looking to be observed. If it is kind of coming at us from the side of the sun, we kind of don't see them until it's too late. Hopefully those are the ones that just aren't going to be on a direct collision course with us. If a Herculid takes out the telescope, he won't need anyone to buy a new one. He's going to need to afford a much larger one by selling it. That's it. Buy your own telescope that has been hit by a meteor. Could you imagine having a meteor, that fragment that landed in your own yard, the melted telescope remains would just be the icing on the cake. Exactly. No, but these are potentially larger pieces because of how much is broken up. But we're not going to know if it's going to... I am expecting... I'm trying to not expect much tonight. maybe a few more of the brighter ones that we caught a little just moments ago. Some of those brighter ones would be nice. I believe there may be a couple others online tonight who are sharing their views. I think Nerduino was on. Yeah, Nerduino is on as well. Be interested to see how he's faring with the sky. Checking on him in a moment. But I did have that quick little when you play those scenarios in your head, it's like, oh, what if this happens? What if one does land in the backyard? The camera goes all bright. You feel a bit of a rumble. The pieces aren't going to be that big. Like they're like at most we're going to get maybe like centimeter sized pieces that are blowing through the atmosphere. At what point will you say it's a dud if you haven't seen anything yet? Natcat, hello, how are you? I would consider it a dud. Actually, I'm not even considering it a dud at all. We've seen a few. It's the fact that there is the possibility of this being such an active meteor shower, potentially a meteor storm. But we don't know until afterward, until we're done. So I think the fact that we've already seen a few light up the sky, and the fact that we're getting to share this together, I'm already happy with it. I would like to be ecstatic about things. I've never seen such a colossal outburst of meteors before. And we see it so often that it's like, yeah, whatever. It's just what is the reasoning behind this to get excited about this meteor shower. And the Tau Herculids meteors don't often get that much attention because we're going into it. It's not coming toward us, so they are slower meteors. And yeah, generally if you are in a brighter area, they're not going to be as visible. Now we're in a new moon phase. There's no moon. We are in Bortle 3 skies with the scale of 9 being the most light polluted. So if you're in like New York, Toronto, Los Angeles, whereas 1, you're pretty much in like a desert. You're in the middle of Australia, you know? And so we're in a 3. We have very little sources of light pollution. Only when it's cloudy can we see what nearby small city is going to be illuminating our sky. Other than that, we have some relatively unfettered views of the night sky. And I gotta say, even like the camera that we're using tonight, yes, we have a little bit of artifacts, and that's just from the low bit rate. If I could get the router closer to the camera, I would. If I could put like maybe another extender outside, it's a possibility. That is what we're aiming to check out. And I was thinking about maybe moving the camera. We do have a very, very wide field of view tonight as well. So we can see the constellation Cygnus. We see the Cygnus the Swan over here. This is Deneb. And just out of view, just behind actually right on the right on the O of Chris Perillo, we have the star Vega in the constellation Lyra. So just up around this area here, between Hercules and Boötes, is the radiant. When you're looking at the meteor shower, you don't need to look at where they're kind of emanating from. You just need to know where they're emanating from. So if we see a meteor go this way, or, well, we got an airplane, that doesn't count. But if we see anything coming from this direction, or from down here, or over here, anything that isn't from this area up here is not a Herculid. Is not part of the meteor shower. Now, being in darker skies, I have noticed on occasion, more often than not, actually just seeing a random meteor streak through the sky. And living in the city for the longest time, never really would experience that, because it's dim enough that the city lights are going to be washed out. So in 1992, a car gets hit by a meteor. As she ran out to discover a hole had been blown through her car's trunk. Despite the damage, her $300 Malibu was soon worth $10,000 to a meteorite dealer. She was also able to sell the sulfur-smelling 26-pound meteor itself for $69,000 to a group of collectors. So the car went for 10 grand, and the meteor itself went for 69 grand. I think that's a fair investment. I don't think we're going to be getting any large pieces like that falling through. I kind of do and don't want that. The Malibu is probably worth 10 G's now in the car market, anyways. Well, there you go. Did you ever know? Has anybody else stopped for a moment to take a look at the old, like, cars from the 50s, and just the look of them? The look of so many cars, that is a classic look. Right now, you would not imagine looking at like a Volkswagen station wagon, a Volkswagen Jetta in like 30 years from now, thinking, yeah, that was a classic. That looks so good. Like, I really can't think of like any kind of cars that are readily available that people are like, that's a collector's item. That's gonna be beautiful. I don't know. Cars have changed. Hopefully more for the better. Get some more green vehicles rolling out, but still, it just, the looks of them. Yeah. Well, Mazda Miata is a little bit of a... other than the super exotic supercars. Yeah, that one, those ones, they're already going to be limited edition, but like you look at a 57 Chevy, like some of those cars, like they were never going to be like collector's items. They were just kind of the regular run-of-the-mill car that people would buy. And then, like now, they're far and few between with today's models. Yeah, it's just what it is. Your very first car was a 69 Camaro Z28. One of my buddies in grade school, his dad had a Camaro. It was a pretty sweet-looking car. You used to be known for your extravagant romantic dates. The best one you ever did was a picnic out in the middle of nowhere during a meteor shower. You gave the necklace with the meteorite iron pendant. Yes, and Lily were saying they didn't care too much for it, did they? Sub 69, thank you very much for the clip. Old Neater! You're at work, you won't be here for long. No worries, I appreciate you popping in. Meteors, it's been alright. I think we're still waiting for that, for the radiant to... We're still waiting for things to pop off. If things like suddenly start going wild. Right now, we've seen a few pass through. We had one really bright one down in the corner here. But I think what I might do is... we don't really need to change the orientation of the camera. If anything, I would just move it around. I would just go up and adjust it just for the sake of standing up. Stretching. People really do love the classic stuff, and it's just like it's also the thing for just in the world of collecting. Sometimes you're not quite sure what's going to catch on. What are people going to be wanting to be clamoring over? That's what's always that the speculation. And then sometimes you'll buy up something and it's like, well, that ended up not being a collector's item. But really, I think if your whole sole purpose is whatever you're buying is to sell it later on, then it's... I mean, I like to feel a connection to the items that I buy. I like to have a reason why we pick specific Lego sets to build on Sundays. Your first car was a 1986 Honda Accord you got from a car auction because your dad had partial ownership of a used car dealership. My first car, what did I have? No, it wasn't a Pontiac Sunfire. God, what was my car? It was a Ford of some sort. And at one point, it really genuinely was a Ford. Where Ford standing for only runs downhill. There's a mosquito in here. Why do they keep getting in? They're getting in the same door as the AT-ATs, or the ATSTs. Your first car was an AMC Eagle 5-door. It was 10 years older than you. 1959 Cadillac convertible in Las Vegas, worth a fortune. Well, those would be. Caddies are, they hold their value. Your most favorite car was either your 1989 Toyota Supra Targa Top or your 2001 Ford Focus. It wasn't fast, but it was nimble. See, I once had a Mitsubishi Eclipse, and I liked the car because it was a little sports car. But at the same time, I was playing hockey, and I was trying to stuff all my goalie equipment in that car. I think I sold it about maybe 2 years later. Traded in for a regular sized car that would hold hockey equipment. Your first car was a Pooh Brown V6 Chevy Citation. Were they really called Citations? Hatchback, ugly as all heck, but drove like a bat out of hell. Excellent. Awesome. Astro Printer Liam, what's going on? You're checking out the skies with your all-sky camera. How is it looking for you? A Chevy Citation. Like right off the bat, it's like, all right, I'm going to go off and get a Citation. Really? What? You're planning that? It was supposed to compete with Toyotas as a smaller car. I see. Made in Wyoming. You can't drive yet. Oh, was that one? Was that one just like up there? But you're excited for the shower tonight, though. Well, made in Wyoming. Good to see you in here tonight. Hope you're keeping well. We are. Where are we at? Where is the Radiant at the moment? Here is. I want to say this should be Polaris in this position here. We have Vega just going out of frame. We have Cygnus the Swan. Skies are super clear here. No trails yet. We've had, I've seen a couple. I've seen some small ones and some airplanes passing through. So you're running, you're doing 20-second exposures. All right. I'm just doing live video. Oh, there's one. There was one. We got one. We got one. Wikipedia has a pic of it, a hilarious little car. I'll have to check that out in a bit. Pardon me. All right, not too bad. It might start to get picking. We're like, I'm not expecting like 1 a.m. to hit and then bang, 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 all these meteors blasting through the sky. It'd be kind of cool if it did, but don't know. So you're kind of new to this. You're living in a decently light polluted city, Bortle 7, maybe 8. Would anything be visible here? Wyoming, the brighter ones, something like that we just saw up above here, that'd be fairly dim. And it might be difficult to see in those skies. And you can't, where's our other clip? Let me see if I can open up a, reopen closed tab. There, we had this one. You watch right over here. Something like that. Something like that would be visible in a Bortle 7 or 8. But it probably still wouldn't be as bright. So in this section right here. That would be visible. Some of them, because these ones are coming in a little slower, so they can be a little dim, and depending on the size of them is going to impact things. You got an ASI 120MC on a Raspberry Pi. Well, that would be. See, I was thinking about that. We can also do time. You can do time lapse on this camera as well. But I don't know if it would display as it's doing the time lapse. I didn't want to fart around with that setting tonight. figured let's let it do this. We'll watch the live video. That way we can see them streaking as well, so we're not just watching like a freeze frame. That's the ghost pepper. Also, I do know I still owe a bowl of the galaxy's worst bowl of cereal. Or yes, the galaxy's worst bowl of cereal. They call it a meteor shower. What they aren't telling us is it's a war between belters, Mars and Earth. Damn belters! How dare they? This is the beginning of the war. The war between Mars and Earth. Autobots, Decepticons. The light pollution where I am at is a Bortle 3. Dimmer, thank you very much for the follow. How are you doing tonight? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see you in here. We are taking a live look at the night sky here in central Ontario, hoping to catch more of the Tau Herculid Meteor Shower. Beltalowda. Is that Boston or is that Australian? Your setup does a series of images, and then tomorrow morning, you roll the images into time lapse automatically, as well as build a star trail image. I'm going to do it the hard way. I'm going to watch all the footage back and look for any streaks, and then mash it up together. And then compare it with my Geminid Meteor Shower video. And then say how I had thought before I wasn't going to film another meteor shower. And then I am. Okay, I am slightly curious of the camera at the moment. Because this right here, you can, okay, I don't know if it is just the camera or what. Here is interstellar space. We're looking up and out, or down and out, depending where you are. But this portion here is Cygnus the Swan. Am I actually seeing a little bit of brightness of the Milky Way?
By the power of
I'm just wondering if this
Grayskull,
camera is
I
actually...
have the
Oh, there's one.
mustache.
Is that? No. That just appeared out of nowhere. That's a satellite. I mean... Ew, I mean, it's more. It seems more like a satellite, but it appears to have disappeared. So possibly a very slow movie. It is coming from the radiant. So who knows? We have some boldies rolling through, perhaps. Was that one in the middle? Possibly. Oh, that was a good one. That was good. Made in Wyoming, thank you very much for the follow. I'm also trying to catch this mosquito in here. I'm either going to be drained of blood by the end of the stream, or we're going to catch this damn thing. But glad to have everybody in here tonight. Those who are just joining us, we are looking at the meteor shower. We're keeping an eye out for any meteors that are blasting through our atmosphere. My name is Tom. I am the astro... I ate a ghost pepper earlier. It's still coming back. I am the Astro Canuck. It is my pleasure to share my love of astronomy with you in many ways, and tonight this is how we're doing it. Taking a live look at the night sky here in central Ontario, Canada, for the Tau Herculid Meteor Shower. No room for BS. We got none of that here. We are here for the science. How's it going, No Room? Thank you very much for the follow today. Wasser, good to see you as well. I saw a DIY skeeter catcher vid today. What did they use? What do they use to... I have one. I don't think I need to make like an elaborate trap like Wile E. Coyote. Although I'm slightly tempted to. All right, it is... We are approaching what is meant to be the peak time of the meteor shower. And if we have Polaris just up above... Sorry. We have Polaris sitting over here. Let me check. Let me double check, make sure that is Polaris I am looking at. There is... And... And... Yeah. That is Polaris. This is Cepheus. Right here. This little portion. And then we have the last little remaining bit of Cygnus the Swan. And the Radiant. The Radiant is basically straight... Whoops. What we do? What happened? Oh, there we go. I turned off the full screen for some reason. What setup am I using? The setup I'm using is the Wisecam V3. Let's go back over here for a quick second. There we go. So it was using a UV light and over an incandescent light. Interesting. You have images of that tracker? Oh, sorry. 3 buckets of fans, some screen repair, some screen repair screening. Oh, you loved astronomy from the time you were small. I did. Same. Like, we used to have... Oh. Where's there one right here? We used to have a big empty field behind our house before the subdivision really started ramping up. And we had... Yeah, we were probably maybe like it was probably Bortle 6 when I was a kid, maybe even less. And we would go out there and watch the meteor shower. Sometimes we would see a few. We never had like a really huge outburst of meteors. I remember more seeing bats more than meteors. But it was always fun to go out there with some snacks and some hot chocolate and sit out there in the lawn chairs with our neighbors and just enjoy the night sky. And that's pretty much where like the whole love of everything started. And then seeing more images in like National Geographic and the National Geographic for Kids magazine, and just wanting to know more about space. And something like this, if this helps people out to be able to watch the night sky, if I can show you this portion of the sky, I'm happy to do that. Zier, hello, how you doing? Hello, good evening. Good evening, good evening, good evening. So the setup that I'm using tonight is going good.
Holy potatoes!
Doing good. Doing very well. Hello. See, now I'm underground. The potato doesn't register over here. It doesn't want to register. I gotta duck down. I am excited for meteors, but we've seen a few bright ones. Now I have noticed a small uptick in activity because around 1 a.m. is the peak time for the meteors. All right, Link. Link coming in. DIY 5-gallon pail mosquito trap build. All right. We'll have a look at that. This is like the last thing we want. We don't want rain. We don't need any rain. We have supremely clear skies tonight. All right, Tracker, I will check that out in depth later on, but I'll leave that tab open. I appreciate it because we do have a great deal of mosquitoes out here. I would like to avoid getting eaten alive. The back of my head is a treasure trove of blood sampling. No, I'll keep that open. So the setup that we're using tonight is essentially this here. Is the Wisecam V3 on top of the tripod, and we're just pretty much pointing northeast. I'll probably go out very, very shortly and just tilt it ever so to the over to the west, so we get more of a, because right now the radiant is sitting just above Polaris, but really it's I mean, there really shouldn't be a bad place to be looking in the sky. The benefit would be that if we had an all sky cam, this is kind of like a most sky cam. But no, I am confident that we're getting a bit of Milky Way with this camera. This is the Wisecam V3. It is tiny, but yeah, it is supremely mighty, because this is the old camera we were using. You can't see with this. We would need to see some really bright meteors popping off to be able to see anything. So the IR, the infrared camera on this one is tremendous. I may have bought a second one so that we could have a even wider field of view, pair them up, and just to have more areas to look at. It's $46 Canadian plus tax. I know a lot of people overseas have a hard time getting it because they almost triple in price, which is, I mean, in a way, it's kind of worth it, but when you can be paying way less for this camera. I think it actually started off at maybe almost like just under $30 a couple years back, in the before 4 times. And it is a good camera. I'm pretty sure there are other ones out there that are going to perform much better. However, for the price and being able to see so many of the stars, yeah, I'm very happy with this. Sitting out back, you've seen a few despite a relatively bright sky. Oh, excellent. Excellent. Who else is sitting outside with their phones right now? Who else may be sitting under the skies? Hopefully keeping your screen brightness very low. Seki, you're outside. Excellent. I was thinking about having the setup, having the camera outside, but then I was thinking there is going to be so many other logistics to get this sorted out, and also the mosquitoes. Yeah. Too many mosquitoes, which you will be. Zero, you'll take a peek outside soon. Yeah, so right now for Eastern time, 1 a.m. in that time, pretty much like bookend, like over the next hour and a half, let's say, we'll expect the peak of the meteor shower to occur. Audio only, and you got some spray for mosquitoes. That's good. Good. Long sleeves as well. Kevin, you aimed your Wise V3 up to the sky, but it's facing south. You spotted multiple planes so far. That's what we're using tonight, the Wisecam. I think it's tremendous. Like, I was speechless when I actually turned off the infrared lights and just had the infrared setting. And well, you're looking at it right now. Blanket is the key, even though it's in the 70s. Not getting below 80 tonight. Ooh, plus it's cloudy. Oh, darn, Wyoming. All right, we are sitting at 22 degrees Celsius. Whatever that is in Fahrenheit. I think in Fahrenheit it's like in the mid 70s. Hazy, Nomi, for you? I'm very surprised with how the weather has held up. Like, at first I thought we were only going to have clear skies happening about now. but it's largely been the entire night. All right, printer, you're going to head out. Need to see this naked eye. All right, excellent. What if I do this? What if I did? If I turned my lights down. You're not actually in Wyoming. Hopefully it's nicer for anyone out there. You're Southeast Texas. But you're made in Wyoming. There we go. So you're not incorrect. I am thinking about maybe even popping outside for a little bit just to move the camera. Although I am confident that this is we are seeing the Milky Way. We are seeing our galaxy's spiral arm here. So, Zero, you've actually never seen a meteor shower. So this is the potential for this, the Tau Herculid meteors, is a possibility of becoming a meteor storm. The meteor storm is defined at over 1,000 meteors per hour. Regularly, you're going to maybe get 20 to 40 meteors per hour at the height of some of the larger meteor showers. But there's the possibility, and that is largely because the comet associated with this meteor outburst did break up a little. It did start to fall apart a little bit in 1995. So we're hopefully catching up to this larger debris field, and that is what is expected to. Oh, we just caught one down here. So how we're expecting to see a larger outburst of meteors. So I was thinking maybe we do. It's a double-edged sword. Like, do I move it and do we miss out on anything kind of going around here? I also missed out on looking at the Milky Way. But again, it's... So where is the radiant at this point? Yeah, so we're looking at... Yeah, so the radiant right now is kind of Actually, I could point this whole thing straight up. Oh, it's it's a tough one. I don't know. I think I'm kind of okay with this angle. Like I've picked this angle. And if anything, let me double check where we're. Trying to get like these our same field of view. We're away from the radiant. What's the normal camera look like at the moment? The older camera, like we're not even seeing stars. Chances are the camera may have also fallen over. But if I turn on the infrared light with the other camera. Let's see if that'll pop up on here. So usually I have my... See now if I turn... See now you can see the light from... That's a bug. That was a bug, not a giant meteor. But now, turning on the infrared light, the only problem is that we see all the bugs. That's not what we want. We're going to get the bugs confused with meteors, so that's why we turned that one off. It's a shower. Look at them all. These are bugs. These are not meteors. There we go. Turn that off. We have a very slow-moving satellite meteor bugs. Do you still have the DSLR outside? I did not. I did not have the DSLR out there. I thought, again, it was like to get another DSLR, I had to try to find some cords and cables and batteries for cameras. I didn't have any, I only have one dummy battery, and it's being used for this camera, for our one dummy battery. So right now, the only camera being used, well, because the other camera is pretty much only good for looking at the telescope now, I will use the Wise camera for my most sky, for the most sky cam, because this is how essentially the setup is at the moment. I'll probably have to get I got some ideas how to mount the other camera, the other Wise cam that's going to be coming in. But for now, I figure we just kind of jury rig some of the bits and pieces out here because we want to be able to take a quick look at the sky. That looked like another one just caught it out of the corner of my eye. Was that another one that just came down over here? We've caught a few, Caleb. We got a few of them. Nothing monumental. Just the tail. But no, we've seen a few. People have been clipping tonight. I greatly appreciate the clips. All right, where was... what if you spam the clip command? Then you are the clip commander. It'll just keep adding clips. Then you'll get you get a bonk. Right, so we did see one just up here. And now, there it is. All right, so we got that one. But no, we're keeping an eye. We're largely sticking on this camera here. I'm figuring we'll add our dramatic lighting for this event. Yes, this is the Wisecam V3, and I've already nabbed another one. I figured the other camera is essentially daytime. It's obsolete compared to this camera now. Like we're looking at this is the Milky Way. I've looked at the pattern in Stellarium, and we got the Milky Way in here. Sub69 writes a bot to do clip every 30 seconds. You just clip the entire stream. What's the most spectacular meteor you've seen? You saw one once while you're driving. It streaked all the way across the sky in a pretty well-lit area. You had a dash cam that could have captured it. Ooh, excellent. Maybe one of the Geminids from last November. Was it November or was it like January? Well, with the Herculid Meteor Shower, we had a few good ones, but nothing that like lit up the sky. I haven't seen anything as spectacular as that. The celestial object I am thankful for seeing was actually two of them was Comet Hale-Bopp and Comet Hyakutake back in the late 90s. So not so much a meteor, but more so just a comet that could eventually have contributed to a little bit of some debris. Pritchard, you captured a Boldy in your Nest Door cam. Ooh, excellent. So you got a nice bright one. Clip the entire stream. Or just watch the VOD. Are you using the Wisecam USB firmware or is this Wi-Fi? It's Wi-Fi. It's the Wi-Fi. But I'm recording it on the memory card. And because they don't have RTSP, which is what I'm using for this crummy camera, I'm just using BlueStacks, which I probably should not have hit that button. Well, that's fine. Nothing happened. Yeah, I'm watching the camera through BlueStacks. So just treating it as if I was using a mobile phone. Sharpening Guy, thank you very much for the follow. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. I'm thinking I might switch the camera. I might look more towards straight up, closer to the radiant. I like the fact that we have the Milky Way in here, but I also want to be closer toward the radiant. Oh, this guy. Sup, guy? How you doing? Thank you very much for the follow today. Glad to have y'all in here with us. Macca covering up the goat. We got another week with Macca Build's message for Top Gun, celebrating the release of the second movie. And I believe Macca has seen it at least 3 times already. Huge fan of Top Gun. And yeah, if you yourself would have a message that you'd like to have every stream displayed on the board behind me as well the whole time, ! Board, and you can send me your details of what you want to put on there. Celtic Raven, hello. Camera's broken test. What are we looking at? We are looking up at the night sky right now. We're using our Wisecam V3. Taking a look for any of the Herculid meteors. It is a low bit rate at the moment, but I am recording in HD. But good to see you, Raven. C.W. Bond, how are you doing today? Welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. Pilot Astronomy, good to see you as well. How are things? Setting Jeb flying across the screen. People are happy with Top Gun. No BS messaging in the movie. Just an awesome dogfight, right? Nat Cat, the alerts are startling you. Some of them are quiet. Other ones are making sure that you're awake. Where Ducky, you got a few clouds here. They're quite bright even at the new moon midnight. That's the other thing that I'm happy about is the fact that we have some clear skies and a new moon, like the best combination we could have. Sergeant Paddlers, hello. With a beard like that, you could record in 188p. It would still look good. Oh, stop. No, come on. How are you doing tonight? Welcome. Good to see you this evening. We are watching for some Herculid meteors, which we're expecting to start to see we're hoping to see the peak occur in the next half an hour or so. Hey, listen to you from your backyard. Hope Stuart Little was right for once. I hope that we see a great deal of meteors. I've hit the wrong button. I was trying to improve my vision when I went outside to move the camera. Nope. Well, will this... Hello. Padawan corn.
Padawan. Crispy, crunchy, sweet.
Thank you very much for the follow as well. Good to have you in here. These filters do not want to play nice. But yes, we're hoping to see more of the Hercules meteors. But glad to have y'all in here tonight. It is a different stream night for us. We don't usually stream on Monday evenings, but the fact that we have clear skies, I would have gotten the telescope ready. When we started off, we had some wispy clouds, and it wasn't looking to be... I really wanted to be focusing on the meteors tonight. Rather than if we were playing around with the telescope, then chances are... Pardon me, if anything started going wrong, I'd be focusing on that. We'd miss any meteors that are passing through. And about 1 a.m. is the expected peak of the meteor showers for here.
Holy
right here
potatoes!
In this portion of the hemisphere. Lego Head is amazing. No problem. Thank you for hosting this event. Well, thank you very much for joining us today. Andy Go, how are you doing? Thank you very much for the potatoes. This one does not play well with the filter at all. Standard average, how are you doing this evening? How are things? Well, it's my pleasure to be sharing this. This is what I love to do. And even if we are having sometimes a lot of meteor showers can feel very substandard. And there's always the chance that news sites are going to hype things up. And what is hyped up about this meteor shower is the fact that the comet associated with it started to break up a bit. And that was back in 1995. And at this point, we were expected to start going through that larger debris field, which would hold a great deal more meteors, which could cause a possible meteor storm. Or it just ends up being a quiet little meteor shower that just brings a lot of people together to talk about their experiences with previous meteor showers and just any other astronomical events that you've had good or bad luck with. There have been times I tried to get some conjunctions of planets and it was forecast to be clear, and just before the event was to occur, clouds rolled in, ruined it, and that was it. There's no coming back from it. So there are the good nights that we have, and there are the nights with gremlins that we don't always welcome, but we will utilize for learning purposes. But we're largely staying on this screen now. I kind of want to stay on this angle, largely because we can start to see a little bit of band of the Milky Way, that higher concentration of stars, and then looking out toward interstellar space off to our left, just above my head. But I also kind of want to move the camera a little bit so we're getting a larger swath outside of the radiant. And I figure this would be the time to get it. To move it. And also, actually also to stretch my legs. So we'll do that. Let me make sure my BRB screen is on this. Yeah. That's over here. So let's... Oops. No, not that button. Okay. All right, we're going to go over to the BRB screen. I'm going to move it just a little bit so that we're kind of looking almost straight up and get more of the sky. Would you like to enable sticky keys? Absolutely not. All right, when we come back, what we are also going to do is I will honor our bowl of the galaxy's worst bowl of cereal for the 1,000 bits from Double Sin Molly. And then we'll also slap some of these. Actually, Joshua and Fix'em Dude, we do owe some Ghost Pepper peanuts in the meantime for the 100 bits. And we will return in a moment with some more meteor shower action and some spicy peanuts. Where we do I have? Yeah, we'll be having some Ghost Pepper peanuts with our Black Cherry and Carolina Reaper hot sauce for the galaxy's worst bowl of cereal. So stick around. I appreciate those who are joining us. If your web browser says referral raid after my name, this little There's the logo down here. If you click it once, then click it twice, you'll come back into the stream with no interruptions. And and you'll be counted as a viewer, because that's what Twitch likes to do. So we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. I'm going to move the camera ever so slightly over toward the little bit more of the radiant area, and we'll be back with more meteors. Approaching the peak time of the Herculean Meteor Shower. Be back in just a moment. Hello. Welcome back. All right, so we moved things a little bit. We moved it over. We still have a little bit of the... We still get some of the Milky Way. We still get... Oh. There we go. Yes, so for those who are joining us, I thank you so much for coming on in. Did I acquire coffee? I still have quite a bit of coffee in here. But yes, we're taking a look at the Herculid Meteor Shower tonight, and I've moved the camera so we are kind of closer toward the radiant. At the moment, you can kind of see our two towers just off to this corner here, so because we're almost pointed straight up right now. So we should hopefully catch some other meteors in the way. Polaris is just behind my back. So your bathroom is getting remodeled today. They demoed it, leaving only the toilet with bare wood walls, which makes it a perfect liminal space that you can think you can make some super creepy video from it. And I left a towel hanging from a pipe in the ceiling. I was thinking about editing in a small man peeking from behind it. Ooh. Oh my goodness. Can I share a YouTube live view? That's pretty cool. Seki, yeah, sure. It's about peak time. No storm yet. Yeah, we're getting close to what is our peak time. Ooh. Yeah, see, this is the kind of all-sky cam I would like to get set up with. That's a good one. All right, Zero, you're going to go outside, watch and lurk. All right, sounds good. Now, is this live views, or is it taking pictures? Is it doing it's got to be doing single exposures, right? Angel with no halo. Hello, Angel. How you doing? I'm about to go watch the meteor shower. They have multiple views. They're switching between from different people. Oh, okay. That's pretty cool. That's very cool. I'm glad to see a great deal of people sharing this experience. But no, definitely getting a proper all sky cam would benefit. All right, Angel, you're gonna head off to bed after you go watch it. No worries. Glad to have you joining in with us today. Where should you be looking if you're looking outside? Essentially, you could look anywhere. That's the beauty of the only thing about the radiant for the meteors is just knowing what's a meteor from this shower and what is just kind of an errant bit of dust that's coming into our atmosphere. It's pretty much like if you can lay down and look straight up, and that's going to give you the most widest field of view with your meat cameras. Right now, we're pointed up with about maybe 180 degrees view of the night sky, so we don't have quite the full view. It's like a mostly sky cam. Did you hear that they confirmed that particles are going through both slits at once during the double slit experiment? No, I have not. Do you have links to this, Lily? We look in the sky, preferably. The cheek. Based on the rapidly increasing cloud cover here in Enid, Oklahoma, I'm guessing it's going to pop off any minute. No, I didn't. I actually didn't see that article. I've been mainly looking at everything here with the meteor shower. So right now, where we're looking at in the night sky, let me point out what constellations we have in our field of view right now. So just down here, we have we have Ursa Minor, and up here we have the constellation of Draco. Cepheus hiding down over in this corner, and then we have Hercules And we have... It looks more like Alphecca for this star in Corona Borealis. And we are just around here is expected to be the radiant of the meteor shower. So really, if anything is streaking out from this direction now, that's what's going to be our notifier that these are coming from the Herculids. You could share it in the astronomy chat section of Discord. That way, at least it's an evergreen link. Whereas sometimes the links on here will end up just being, they'll get lost into the ether afterward. Yes, Chili Bree, good to see you. Good to have you in here with us. All right, I also did promise that while we have our camera, we can watch see the meteor shower over here in the lower right corner. It's a link directly to the original study. All right, so you can that's doing like some genuine research. Perfect. All right, we had our 1,000 bits earlier on tonight. And that is for the galaxy's worst bowl of cereal. Why? Why is this the galaxy's worst bowl of cereal? Because it was one of the hotter combinations of spice and cereal. Our milk is the black cherry with Reaper peppers. And obviously, if you want to be the worst bowl of cereal, put in the milk first. Jossman, hello, how you doing? Our cereal. Clouds are taking over your skies. Oh no. Which means everything's going to start popping off. Our cereal is some hot ghost pepper peanuts. Good. Any sighting on meteors? We've had a few. We've seen a few. Nothing wildly significant. But we had a few of them come through. So for the 1,000 bits from Double Sinwali, the galaxy's worst bowl of cereal, with like ghost pepper peanuts and Reaper sauce. Also warm. There we go. Double Sinwali. For the 1,000 bits, and onto our spike of appreciation, our pillar of happiness. Actually, while we're doing this at the moment, I'll thank those who have contributed to the hype train earlier on tonight. Joshua XP, as well as Fix'em Dude, coming in on the raid from Chris Perillo. And if you're still hanging out, and if you still say raid, if you click that button here, click that icon twice, counts you as the viewer. You like spicy food, but your stomach could never. I try to make sure that I do have a bit of slow digesting food, like some steak or beef of some sort, because that helps out with any spiciness afterward. Pezliz for the 101 bits. That's greatly appreciated. As well as Ari Deacon Wife, Not a Hobbit, Sloan. There's a fan on, is blowing everything. Portugasque. Ari Deacon Wife. Ari Deacon Wife. Greatly appreciate it. Security Live, thank you so much for the 100 bits. I post the info on Discord. All right, cool. The CMW for the 100 bits. All of these peanuts were consumed during the hype train, so I thank you all very much for the contributions. I posted the info in Discord if you don't understand any of the math, but you do understand about 70% of the text. I am more of a text person as well. The math, not so much. Alright, we're keeping an eye on this guy down here. But security also, thank you very much for the gifted sub to Chris Perillo. Portugasque for the 2 months resub. Free Heathen for the 3 months at tier 1. As well as Deep Sleep Studios for your Prime sub. Greatly appreciate for those. There are hundreds of thousands of people you could use your Prime sub on, but you used it here. I appreciate it so much. Joshua XP for the Prime resub. Again, thank you so much for the support. Not a Hobbit to SS Gaming. Security Live to CGL Hubby. We're getting very close to the top of this spike. Lily from Ari Deacon Wife for 7 months. Wearing my helmet, thank you very much for the 4 months. Tier 1. Security for the gifted sub to CMW. Not a Hobbit to Wisconsin Lego Wiz. Enjoy seeing Willie hanging around. Not a Hobbit to Spaceberry, T. Graupman, SC Headrush, Con Muchos Ganas. TLDR, it's caused by multiple dimensions of the universe. Probably didn't read it. Weeble Wobble. And security to Einsteinway. I think this batch is going to top off the spike. And Double Sin Wally for the 2 months. We'll tidy things up here. We're keeping an eye on the skies down here. Mo Bootles from Ari Deacon Wife. Dunstable Ramsey. SoCal 1909. Ready Printer 1. Bob the Blueprint from Ari Deacon Wife. And from Not a Hobbit, Don Juan 80. Scope. Vershid. Saying that totally wrong and all that. Boyd's Custom Fab. And last but not least, Malia B Studio. Alright. We're almost full on this spike, so I appreciate everybody for the support. We're keeping an eye on the skies tonight. So our radiant that we were expecting to see from this is the area in between Hercules and Buotes. We have the constellation of Draco just behind my head. And we still see a little bit of the Milky Way. So we got a little bit of Cepheus and just a small portion of the Milky Way off to the right of our screen. Now, you're actually really good with math and physics, but once built attention trebuchet that performed exactly as predicted, but this physics is way beyond your understanding. Well, when they are talking about the double slit experiment and quantum physics, I enjoy hearing about it, but you gotta explain it to me like I'm me. It is a great source of of interest. That's weird. I just got an encoder overloaded warning. I haven't had that in ages. That's weird. I don't know. I think there's more people have seen Morbius than meteors tonight. And that's saying something. I haven't seen Morbius yet. I've heard that people have trying to be optimistic about it, and they're not. And they're like wildly disappointed. Would it be any different if it was anybody but Jared Leto? I don't know. I want to give it a chance because it's still, I don't know. We've seen a few meteors tonight, but we're pretty much at the peak time. No one has seen Morbius. At least nobody will admit that they've seen Morbius. We're pretty much at the peak of the meteor shower, and we've seen a few tonight. We're pointing with a little bit of the radiant just above my head here. So anything that's kind of streaking out from this... Oh, there's one. There's one. And so yeah, anything that's streaking out from that direction is considered a Herculid meteor. But Sheepdog, how are you doing tonight? You're boycotting all Jared Leto movies. You want to give him a chance, but at the same time, it's like every time it feels so... People just all over him. Everybody's going to have different tastes in movies. But good to see you in here. Those who are just joining us, those who are just popping in, what's going on tonight? Well, in the title, as it says, we're looking for some Herculid meteor action this evening. There was the possibility that we could be seeing a meteor storm, as we're expecting to see the remnants of this comet that has broken up back in the late 90s, that we are finally catching up with that debris field. But at the moment, as we've kind of we're getting close to the peak time of the meteor shower. Vanderlee, hello, how you doing? Welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. Good to see you in here today. How are you? How are you doing on this day? Good to see you. Yes, we are here in central Ontario. We are taking a look at the night sky. Just off to the right of the screen is a little bit of the Milky Way. In the past, you've seen some nice fireballs driving at night. Now, we're in very low light polluted areas here in central Ontario. So that is a big benefit to what we want to do tonight, as well as it's a new moon. So really, we're largely unencumbered by any light pollution that's going to kind of cut off some of our some meteors that might be a little dimmer than usual. So like I said, this is the comet comet 73P, which broke up in 1995. So there was the expectation that this could be the debris field we're going to be passing through. Now, we are catching up to this rather than this kind of debris field like plowing right through it. So we're getting some slower meteors crossing the sky. Airborne Junkie trying to see some, but not seeing anything yet. Looking at Arcturus. We just out of frame. Just out of frame up here is Arcturus. So we're pretty much near the radiant. Now, some of these meteor sizes could be up to a centimeter. Like, there could be some fairly larger pieces rather than like the grain of sand that is usually associated with many of the meteor showers. So which should be allowing for some larger sites, but also which would be part of that potential meteor storm. Now, we do have some others who are in the channel who are recording this as well. And we've seen a few, but it hasn't been like this massive outburst of meteors. And I was holding reservation very, very hard because it's largely unpredictable. Like, we know that we are passing through these comets. The Herculids are usually not as dominant in the night sky throughout the months. And you know, it's also luck of the draw of where you're looking. We have about 160, 180 degree field of view right now with the camera that we're using. Brutus, you just seen one in the middle of Georgia, fairly large too. Excellent. I had a couple of other people mention that they saw some boldies as well. So much brighter meteors that have passed through, but we've got a few. We've had a few clips, so we've seen some tiny ones. I think we're fortunate enough to be seeing the larger ones. Spirey, are you a little confused by the gray static background? Well, no, it is a live background. This is video using the WiseCam version 3, looking up at the night sky. And we're using our live view to check out any meteors that may be passing through. Unfortunately, it's been not as active of a meteor shower that they were hoping for. I could probably even turn. I wonder how it would look with the color, with our color camera option on here. Would it look any bit? See if we turn that off. Biff, hello. What's going on? How you doing, Biff? Printer, looks like a dud for you. I gotta say it's all right. We can still see stars. So we're. But we lose a little bit of the we lose a tiny bit of information. So if we put it back to the infrared. Yeah. Infrared reveals more stars, so believe it on that. So if there's anything that's kind of dim, it'll be it's gonna be picked up. But yeah, Biff, how you doing tonight? Good to see you in with us. You're playing Mech Warrior 5. Ooh, it's been a while. These WiseCams seem like an option. Maybe I'll get one. I just bought another one. Can you take a long exposure to tease the meteors out? You could. The only thing is that you just don't see them streaking across the sky. I wonder how much it affects the ISS that you've seen you pass over already once tonight. Actually, are we due for a passage of the ISS anymore? We just have once in the evening for us now. Alright, so for those who are just joining us, usually what we do on this channel is take live images of outer space. We have a telescope in our backyard, and we will share live images, and we'll stack them up and get some more detail. But tonight what we're focusing on is checking out the potential outburst of meteors from the Herculid Meteor Shower. Iron Man, welcome. Welcome, and thank you very much for the follow today. How are you doing? The guy that has the little girl on YouTube, Claire, Dave, I think is the owner of WiseCams. They do Disney singing. Really? Well, I gotta say, I'm very, very pleased with this camera. The fact that our old one, this was our old camera. You can't even see any stars with this thing. It's so... You can see one. You can see like a tiny little star down here. That's about it. But now we have a much better performing camera. The Starlink satellites still flare. You saw once in the beginning, and it was amazing. The Starlinks and the Iridiums used to have a nice flare. I like watching the Iridium satellites go over. Starlink, I've had like maybe one interaction with a Starlink train, but largely they don't largely show up. You don't see the trains. They have reduced the albedo of the satellites themselves, so they have very low reflectivity. But for now, it's just if you're doing long exposures, you are still at risk of getting those Starlink satellites to kind of photobomb your image. So I hope we see a few more, but it's like yeah, unfortunately, it does largely feel like we might be missing out. I know a lot of people were really, really hoping that we were going to see a larger outburst of meteors. But we'll still keep our eyes out because, yeah, they say around like 1 o'clock, and we're like half an hour past what could be peak time. I've seen 6 so far in about 80 minutes in eastern Tennessee. I think we've probably had about that many as well. But yeah, Cream, how you doing tonight? Jay Buggy, thank you so much for the follow. Glad to have you in here with us. Welcome you into the observatory. We are doing a live look at the night sky right now, so it is not we don't have a static background. You can see the counter. You can see our counter down, well, over here. It is 1:30 in the morning here in central Ontario. Hey, Warrior. What's going on, eh? How you doing? Not sure you'll sleep. You need to get your wife and son at 3 a.m. So they have an early flight this morning. Oh, boy. Yeah, Printer, I would definitely still stay up for that. All right, Cream, you're going to go sit outside, go chill out for another 40 minutes. No worries, be listening to the stream on the deck speakers. Excellent, well, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for that. All right, Helmet, past your bedtime. Glad to catch a few here and outside. Cheers all. Hope you have seen some good ones. Hopefully we see some more. We don't know how the weather's going to hold up, but so far, so good. We're going to run with it as long as we can. But I appreciate you being in here. I appreciate you joining us this evening. Supporting the stream. So we're hoping we'll see a few more. I almost mildly. I don't regret changing our viewpoint. Bat just flew 10 feet over your head. Oh dear. That's one thing I remember from going out as a kid, watching meteor showers, and then we were very surprised seeing bats flying over. I'm thinking, we have bats in the city. Never thought about that. You saw 7 in about 20 minutes. That's still a far cry from the potential 1,000 per hour that could have happened. They're jet fighter bats. Yes, that's if we could cultivate more bats around here and get rid of the mosquitoes. Are the Starlinks ethical, considering the possibility of Kessler syndrome? That is a good question. I don't know how much they would have thought about that. But we do not want a cascading event of destructions of satellites all around, because that's just going to ruin everything. Bats are good to eat. Exactly, that's what we want. We want less mosquitoes. I have 1 mosquito somewhere in this office. I don't know if having a bat would be overkill right now. I got your DSLR taking 5-second exposures, 18 millimeters, 6400 ISO. Ooh, was that something over here? Starlink are in low Earth orbit and deorbit fairly quickly after their orbit is no longer maintained. Raid is your friend. We enjoy raids. I enjoy raiding out as well. It would be for hydrogen bombing a comet for the meteor shower. Order a vampire bat ASAP off the dark web. Yeah, what could go wrong with that? Even the ISS would deorbit fairly quickly, but they have to do burns to keep it in orbit. Exactly. And that's why we're... well, there's that one collection of Starlink that went up and almost 95% of them had failed. Bat's not overkill. Hunting skeeters with a shotgun and a birdshot is. Yeah, especially when I'm trying to get the one that's in this office somewhere. I haven't noticed where it is. You're able to locate 2 of the Hype Train songs, but can't figure out the level 4 and 5 music. I would have to check. Oof. I'd have to check which ones they are.
Danger zone.
They got stuck in a geomagnetic storm and they miscalculated it. Yeah, 4 and 5 get very exciting. Whoop, I've hit a button. I'm sitting in a weird position here. Oh, and there goes the dropout for the internet. Something about the magnetic storm added too much drag to the atmosphere. Yeah, there was something about that. They couldn't get into the proper orbital insertion. Yeah, I'll have to have a look through, Joshua, where that music, what they are. Because the way I produce the videos, I don't think I saved the names of the songs, so that's a little, I guess it'd be a little more difficult. We're at the people that will have the best view of the meteor shower. Essentially, it kind of is like in the eastern and central Canada for the longest amount of dark skies available. Like those in the United Kingdom, about now would be the best time to be looking up at the sky. Although at this point it's 6:30 in the morning for those in the UK. So you're pretty much the sun is up. The sun is up for them, and those who are in the Pacific, you know, you have like a little bit of time. Joshua, for you, it's 10:30 in the morning. So this is probably 10:30 p.m. All right. Then, yeah, you're going to be... Essentially, maybe you could start to catch some of the tail end of things. UK, same latitude as Canada. They would have daylight at 4 a.m. this time of year. Yeah, and they don't even have... They've pretty much lost out on astronomical dark. Like, that's the one thing I'm counting myself fortunate at for being at this latitude, is that we still have enough time where the sky is no longer impacted by the sun's light. So we still have these dark skies, and it won't reach zero. Like, we will still have a few hours, a small handful of hours for astronomical dark throughout the summertime. There's a couple. I think I was in the way of them. Yeah, right behind this shoulder. 2 of them. But it is all being recorded. It is being recorded on the memory stick. Yes, just right in here, there were 2 of them that went. Is it too late for us on the West Coast? No, you're pretty much... We've pretty much, like, at the peak. So there's still some time that they're going to be seeing this. All right. That's the galaxy's worst bowl of cereal. Bigfoot just threw a walnut at you. We don't have Bigfoot around these parts, but we do have some goats. Well, actually, we don't have goats anymore. But no, I'm not going to say that. The camera is going to keep recording throughout the night. Both cameras are still going to be working. The thing is, with this camera, we are going to have some very bright meteors to make any impact on that one. Whereas this one, we're able to get some. We're able to see some of the dimmer meteors. If you have goats, you have chupacabra. Loyal Moses, what's going on? How you doing? Ready? Ready. Always ready. Always ready. We're hoping to get some more meteors. But how are you doing today? Good to see you in here. We're currently looking up at the night sky. It is 1:30 in the morning. We are around the peak time of the Tau Herculid Meteor Shower. Hopefully, we'll see a few more as the night progresses. We have a few more hours of couple more hours of astronomical dark, and still clear skies. So we're going to keep looking up at the sky. Which at times, we've seen a few meteors pass through. Yes, Caleb, thank you very much for the shout out to Loyal Moses. You want to watch some awesome, positive 3D printing goodness? Go drop a follow to Loyal Moses. Hobbit. Hobbit, thank you so much. Thank you very much for the gifted sub to Loyal Moses. On to the last remaining bit of the spike of appreciation. Nerduino, how you doing? Any luck? I've had a few. How about yourself? How are your skies? Tofufu always, yes, yeah, you go to bed and that's when everything happens. Oh my goodness! Loyal Moses! What's going on? Welcome in, Raiders. Zamboni girl. What's up, girl? How's it going? Bada said, how you doing there? Mrs. LM, welcome. Welcome in, Raiders. I gotta go over to this screen because as much as I like to show you this face up close and welcome you in. Oh, gosh. Well, if it's thunder and lightning at the moment, we aren't going to see anything. But how are you doing? Smalley Quinn, Father Funk, and Mrs. LM, thank you very much for the follows today. Welcome in, Raiders. Slim Pickens, Polybias, how you doing? Welcome. Welcome in. Oh my goodness. How is everybody doing? Just in 3D. Good to see you. How's it going tonight? Loyal Moses, thank you very much for the follow. Hutch's Makerspace and Smalley Quinn. Greatly appreciated. Rip Artist. Hope we can see the beach. Jeez Louise.
Boom.
No more range.
The Milky Way galaxy.
Oh my goodness. Joshua, thank you. Thank you very much for the 1,000 bits. Oh my gosh. Oh, Mrs. LM, how you doing tonight? Loyal Moses, thank you very much for bringing in the community. Good to see y'all in here. Yes, we are checking out the Herculid Meteor Shower, so welcome you all in. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. It is my pleasure to share my love of astronomy with you in many ways. And tonight, well, we are keeping our eyes on the sky for the Herculid Meteor Shower. This is a live view of the night sky here in central Ontario.
Oh, look, there's a red dot where my pointer should be. Lick the
Holy
screen
potatoes.
so Estro knows what the heck you're looking at.
There are a great deal of... A lot of people
Holy
clicked on
potatoes. The power of Grayskull.
A lot of people
I have
clicked
the
on the screen
mustache.
tonight. Oh, good. All right. This mustache. You have 30 seconds. Any question you ask, yes or no, I have to say yes. But good to see you in here. Hobbit.
This
Hobbit
is Apollo
thing.
Mission Control.
Thank you.
Flight Director Cliff Charlesworth's team is on station here in the Mission Operations Control Room, ready to assume the control of this flight at tower clearance.
Is 3D printing better than astronomy? Yes. Yes, it is.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're now less than 16 minutes away from the planned liftoff of the Apollo 11 space vehicle. All still going well with the countdown at this time. The astronauts aboard the spacecraft have had a little chance to rest over the last few minutes or so. At least they haven't been busy with procedures with the spacecraft test conductor. In the meantime, we have been performing final checks on the tracking beacons in the instrument unit, which is used as the guidance system during the powered phase of flight. Once we get down to the 3-minute and 10-second mark in the countdown, we'll go on an automatic sequence. As far as the launch vehicle is concerned, all aspects from
3D printing costs less than astro imaging. Yeah, probably. A little bit of chaos, but thank you very much for kicking off the hype train.
This will lead up to the 8.9-minute mark in the countdown when the ignition sequence will begin in those engines
I
of
have
the
the
first stage,
mustache.
the S1C stage of the Saturn.
Oh, this one. Any question, I can only say no. I can only say no. Any questions? But thank you so much for joining us. This screen up here, this is our live view of the night sky. So if you're looking for any meteors that are popping off, we'll see them as soon as this guy's. As soon as Jeb gets out of the way.
Hello, that kid. It is an astronaut.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Ask me a question.
Meteor storm, more like meteor scam, I know, right? There's been very little activity. There was always that possibility. There was that chance that we were probably going to be...
Water, this, the water.
This is all the things, everything.
By the power of
Hybrid, you think this is a
have
cool
the
stream? Well,
mustache.
thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you all so much for joining in today. If you want to keep your kids away from drugs and alcohol, get them into astrophotography. They only broke all their lives. These are true words to be spoken. Do you know less than half of us as well as we know you?
We then will
these are a good question.
And lift off as the hold-down arms release the vehicle.
Oh wait, there's something over here. Oh my... Joshua! CJ and these nuts to gifted sub to Dadcraft, as well as
By the power of
Joshua
Grayskull,
XP to delicious
I have
food.
the mustache.
Oh, it's this mustache, thank you. Well, in respect to this mustache. Right, thank you very much for the gifted subs to the people in the chat to delicious foods, as well as Dadcraft73. Greatly appreciate it, thank you. We'll
Holy
get them all
potatoes!
on the spike of appreciation at the completion of the hype train. It's just that everybody's going bananas with the redeems. But I appreciate y'all being in here tonight. CJ and D's Nuts. Hello, CJ. How you doing? Thank you so much. Oh, we're still back. We are still on this mustache, are we not? All right, let's... This mustache is completed, and now we're back on the potatoes.
We have some 7.6 million pounds of thrust pushing the vehicle upward. A vehicle that weighs close to...
Have you ever been to outer space? Hallucinations not included.
14 minutes,
no.
30 seconds and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control.
Made in Wyoming, thank you very much for joining us tonight. Have a very good evening. And Rip Artist, good to see you in here. Leaving that door open here, letting in mosquitoes and ATATs, or ATSTs. Alright. At the completion of our hype train, we'll head back over to the night sky. And we'll get everybody on the spike of appreciation. Thank you all so much for joining us today. I appreciate all being in here. Thank you all so much.
Water, 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 this, the water, 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 water.
But thank you all very much for the level 1 hype train. Greatly appreciated. Wonderful to have you all in here. And yes, this is our live view of the night sky. We have seen some meteors. I see raccoons begging for food below you. Did you just say mosquitoes have STDs? Negative. I don't know where that would have come up. Nope. Did not. Did not. All right. Yes, I thank y'all for joining us tonight. So those of you who joined it on the raid, I greatly appreciate you joining in, Loyal Moses, and coming on in and saying hello, because this is what we love to do, is sharing live images of outer space, be it with a meteor shower with a new camera, or taking a look at some objects in the night sky. Now we'll take a brief pause from the images, live images right now, but this is some of the things that we do share. We'll take a look at galaxies. I'll show you a supernova, that is a star that has exploded in another galaxy 56 million light years away. We'll take a look at nebulae, star-forming regions. And sometimes we do get inundated by airplanes every now and then. And, you know, I'm not one to be afraid to moon everybody on stream. We'll take pictures of the moon. Core count in a galaxy far, far away. We'll take a look at some of our nearer objects. Take a look at the moon in some great detail. Show you not so much the butthole of the moon, but if you want to pretend it is, there it is. Touch the moon's butt. This is the Tycho crater. It's about 98 miles in diameter. Insert blasting Star Wars theme here. 1,977 bits does something. Anyway, but no, we take a look at the moon in as great a detail as we can. This is my first attempt at Saturn. It could be better. It could work out a little better. But this is the first attempt with the telescope from this area. So there will be more opportunities as the weeks and months progress for more of the planets to be viewed on stream. I heard there is an area of the moon that has a lot of metal. True? Well, there are areas of the moon that contain iron oxide, where you can actually see the red in the moon from the rust. These areas contain titanium oxide, and when you bump up the saturation of your moon, you do get to see more blue. Now, do you use video or stills? Video for Saturn, but the exposure was like way too long, way too high. Excuse me. There we go. Back to our live view of the night sky. Blattman, how you doing? So it was never a Death Star. No. Whoa, Nerduino! Welcome in, Raiders! Oh, there we go. Welcome, Nerduino. How's it going tonight? How was your night under the stars? Good to see you in here. Good to have. Thanks for joining us tonight. So have we agreed? Have we agreed that this is unfortunately not the meteor storm that we were promised. Leia, hello, how you doing? Welcome, thank you so much. Major Dud being a bust, it feels like that as well. Fleet Admiral, 1 of 2. Admiral, thank you very much. Meteor storm in a teacup. Yes, yes, indeed. Yeah, thank you very much for joining us. Welcome in, Raiders. Let me adjust things here. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. This is what I'd love to do. Sharing the night sky. As often as we can. As live as possible. So many raid meteors. Hard to see the Hercules meteors. Yeah, I think we've had more meteors, but hey. But thank you so much for joining in. So those of you who are just joining in on the raids, those of you who have raided before, if you could, it'd be greatly appreciated. 2 little clicks on the icon down here gets rid of that referral raid up top. Core count, thank you very much for the follow. Glad to have you in. Can you zoom in on a satellite, or do they move too fast? Satellites are, yeah, they're going to be too fast. Sometimes what people can do is you can get the International Space Station. And if you time it right, you can take some video and you can see the whole space station. Or in our case, you'll point at a target in the night sky. And lo and behold, you will get the International Space Station to... there we go. You'll get the International Space Station to blitz right through your image. And that's what we had happen a while back. Back in the UK, actually. We had the International Space Station pass through one of our exposures. This is a 15-minute exposure of the Witch's Broom Nebula. And yeah, that ended up being... We thought it was a Starlink train at first. We wanted to blame Elon. But it was the International Space Station that passed through our image. So it kind of looks like a giant lightsaber. So that's about as much as we had for our meteor shower. Or sorry, for our encountering a satellite, as it were. Okay, but that white line is the International Space Station. There we go. So yeah, it seems like unfortunately it's a little bit of a bust for our view. But also Striker 3380, thank you very much for the follow. Glad to have you in here with us today. So we'll keep an eye on the screen down here, but also Joshua. Now you can also notice that I want to thank those who have subscribed. Joshua, thank you very much for the gifted sub to Delicious Foods. We're getting down to the end of the printer roll. Onto the last remaining portion of our spike, as well as CJ and D's Nuts to Dadcraft73, greatly appreciated. Thank you so much for that. As well as Not a Hobbit to Polybius 3DP. So for Joshua, for the 1,000 bits, which is the galaxy's worst bowl of cereal, we'll do one of those. Zamboni Girl. Hello, Zamboni Girl. I used to drive a Zamboni. I was looking at meteorites in the photomicroscopy lab. It was beautiful. I've not had the opportunity to do something like that. Speed of the ISS, you need to be taking shots at 350 frames per second to get any images of it. Sebastian Voltmer, however you pronounce his last name, probably butchering it, had a fantastic view. Had a fantastic shot of the International Space Station. Alright. For the Black Cherry and Carolina Reaper milk, we put that in the bowl first. That is what helps make this the galaxy's worst bowl of cereal. You start with the milk. You do that first. For your cereal, it is the hot ghost pepper chip nuts from Picard's. And they go in the bowl. I was surprised the guy had it available for your internship. Well, that's cool. Hybrid Robotics is late. You need some sleep, so good night. No worries. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much for joining in on the raid. Joshua, thank you very much for the 1,000 bits. But for the galaxy's worst bowl of cereal from Joshua, I appreciate it. Move the microphone out of the way. It's hot. It burns. It's delicious. But Joshua, thank you very much for the 1,000 bits. Hockey game halftime show is the Zamboni. Exactly.
Holy potatoes.
It totally is. You got your gamer tag from the little rink rats at your local rink calling you Zamboni girl. Excellent. Okay, not so much I drove the Zamboni, I drove in Olympia. Bata said, good night, everyone. Good night. Good night. Thank you very much for joining us. Happy to have you in here with us. Printer, you got to cook breakfast in an hour. No point sleeping. Nah. No point. Like, don't even get comfortable on a couch. Because that can be dangerous. Set an alarm just in case. Yes, I appreciate y'all joining in today. It is earlier on tonight. It was things were looking a little promising. Oh, look, it became a levitating potato. Indeed, it is our mantra. Really, Olympia is less than Detroit. Mr. Richard, you've seen one meteor. I think we saw like maybe 4 or 5. Tau Herculid meteors is not a famous meteor shower. Why it got the Leia M-Core, Leia, thank you very much for the follow. And Time Traveler, going back a little bit here, 5 minutes. Time Traveler, thank you very much for joining us as well in the observatory. So, what was going to be so captivating about this meteor shower? Back in 1995, this meteor, this comet started to break up, started to get brighter. Pointing telescopes at this comet, they noticed that there was many fragments that have been broken off from this comet, and where we're headed in the orbital path was expected that we were going to be going through this larger bulk of that debris field with the potential of a meteor storm. Fortunately, it does not seem like that has happened. Smart. It's Olympia Rink in Detroit. Well, the brand, see, Zamboni is a brand of ice resurfacer, and we drove Olympias at our arenas. Oh, there was one. We saw one. Just over here. We got one. Excellent, Tracker. Thank you for the clip. One of the rinks he worked at almost got in Olympia. Almost. But they still went with the Zamboni. Good morning, Andy. Ooh. There was another one. It was like just beside me. Maybe clip that again. Good morning, Andy. How are you doing today? That Zamboni fire that was all over the internet was in Olympia. They never trust those Olympias. We had one of the Olympias that had like the laser level on there, and it caused us nothing. Like, we all went back to like just manually resurfacing the ice. That laser level thing worked like maybe 5% of the time. There we go. Appreciate the clips. Thank you so much. You haven't drove one of those yet. I like to be able to feel. I like to be able to feel the ice as you were driving around. The laser level just kind of it. I didn't like how it worked. Yeah, exactly. You want to know. You can tell how much you're taking off, and when you know you need to shave down a little more, or just kind of let that section build up. You know. I miss hockey. It's been a while since I've been on the ice. All right, so we've seen it. So we got a couple. We got a couple more meteors. Now here's the time when everybody has.
You should have gone for the head.
Oh, crap. I forgot this turned back on after the hype train. Oh, jeez. Crap. Oh, boy. Well, I'm pretty sure we haven't seen any more meteors still. Yeah. None of that. Gift me subs. Gift me subs, 69. What works more, don't or gift? But I appreciate it. The Veiled Ghost. Not sure yet. Veiled Ghost and PD Rasta. Thank you both for the follow. Thank you very much for joining us today. I appreciate you coming on in. We are taking a live look at the night sky right now. We are hoping to see a few more meteors. Your husband and I just saw a few a half hour ago, and it got really cloudy. Well, we have some clear skies here still in central Ontario, and happy to be sharing the night sky with people tonight. It has been an evening. I would probably say we may have seen like maybe 10 throughout the night, which is like way less than anticipated. We were kind of hoping for that big outburst of meteors, but unfortunately, it hasn't quite worked out that way. I've been skating here and there. You walked talking about driving again, but the rink hasn't needed me. Probably happened during the winter. Well, if everything kind of picks up. All the clouds, I know, right? It's the exact opposite of what we always want. Now, because we were dealing with a lot of the infrared cameras pointing all over the place, I didn't have to cover off the telescope. Usually, we are taking live images of outer space, and things like the Western Veil Nebula with the odd time the International Space Station crashes our party, as well as some other targets. Oh my goodness. Glorgana! Holy potatoes, what's going on? How are you doing? Welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. Glorgana, how you doing? ETEP, hello, how you doing? I managed to spot one decent meteor tonight whilst out there trying to get your scope working. Lots of gremlins. Herculid, Herculid. Herculid. It has been it's been a bit of an evening tonight. But Glorgana, how you doing? Welcome in, Raiders. For those who have not checked out Glorgana, if you want to see taxidermy being done live on Twitch, as well as some wonderful art and crafting, go say hello to Glorgana. Sometimes it's mostly not gross. Sometimes it's gross. Sometimes it's always... Actually, not sometimes, but it's always fun. Go drop Glorgana a follow. ETEP, speaking of, you're trying to catch the Hercules globular cluster. That's a good target to go after. Rip Artist is clear. We are in Pittsburgh, but it's bright, and you've seen nothing. It can be tough. Where I am in Central Ontario, I have very little light pollution, so some of the fainter meteors have been spotted. But again, it's still been a largely uneventful night. Your well had a very nice holiday weekend, ready to get back to streaming. Tonight was a bit gross, but bug skins. I have to check out the VOD. That's so cool. I like a little bit of gross. M13 is a beautiful target. We have imaged that as well. I think we recently went after M13, but this is a new general catalog that I don't remember the number of, but I refer to it as the Flying Spaghetti Monster Nebula. For this little cooling tendril over here. And I love these little dense knots. M13 is a globular cluster. There we go. There's M13. This is just about 500,000 stars in this collection. The ring is at zenith right now. It's been a while. I like to look at the Ring Nebula live. That's always a fun one to see. But yeah, M13. It's a great target to go after, and also being able to resolve as many stars as possible. You're clearing shed cicada skins. You're sending it to another streamer to cover them in resin and do weird art. Ooh.
Hello there, kids. It is astronaut Tim Peake. Ask me a question.
That sounds good. All right, Lily. For page 16. All right, we got the book in front. Have we captured M33, the Triangulum Galaxy? Yes, we have. The Triangulum Galaxy was earlier on in the season. There we go. Oh wait, hang on. Let's do this. There we go. You get a better look at the Triangulum Galaxy. One of our other galactic neighbors, next door to the Andromeda Galaxy. We were out in the woods. Last you checked, a good old Pacific Northwest cloud cover is here. Oh. See, we have a few other friends of the channel who are in the Pacific Northwest, and they do lament over the amount of clouds. Coffee tables. Is it possible to accurately approximate the size of a meteor based on the length of its tail? Most of them... That is a very good question. It's, you're going to get... You can see the composition based on the color of the tail. But it depends, because some of them could be moving fast, some of them could be moving slow. Most of the time, what does pop through our atmosphere are like grains of sand. They're still very small. What we were kind of hoping for with the Herculid meteors was that we're probably going to get some larger pieces that would be a little more extravagant. Went outside and caught a couple by the Big Dipper. Excellent. What we have... It's been tough. I've been recording. Like, this is... This has been recording the whole time. So I will go back and see if there is going to be any kind of... anything that we may have missed. That's where you saw yours near the handle of the Big Dipper. Yeah, we've largely been all over the place. Jalopy Jones, you saw one, and that was it. This has been a, unfortunately, not as spectacular of a meteor shower that we were kind of hoping for. All right, page 16. I believe you had on here, Lily. Page 16. For Tim Peake's Ask an Astronaut. Yes, Andy, how are you doing this morning? Good to see you in here. Very bright one from Calgary straight up. Yeah, we're pretty much looking up straight up towards the zenith right now. And I gotta say, it's like, don't know. All right, we'll give you this little box here, Lily. Did you know, as Baikonur developed into the world's premier space launch facility, its latitude later became a major constraint when deciding the orbital inclination of the International Space Station, which is 51.6 degrees. There are many other launch sites around the world. The United States have a long history of human spaceflight launches from Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and 2 new spacecraft, Boeing CST-100 and SpaceX Dragon, are due to begin launching crews to the ISS from U.S. soil once again by the end of the decade. The Chinese use the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center, located in the Gobi Desert, for their human spaceflight program. All right. Off to bed. No worries. Those who are heading off to bed, I appreciate you joining us. Glad to have you in here. Always hope for a better meteor shower, but thank you so much. Glorgana, thank you very much for the raid, for bringing in the raid as well. Nerduino, I appreciate it. All right, Lily, page 16. For you, all yours, forever and ever and ever. Rip Artist, you gotta run. Try to be back. If not, have a great night. Thank you so much. I appreciate it as well. Glad to have you all in here. Yes, hopefully the Perseids will be a much better showing. I don't know which camera looks better. We'll go with this one for now. How long do meteor showers usually last? Well, there's, at this time that we're looking at it right now, this is kind of like this is the peak of when you're going to have the most activity, when the Earth is going to be passing through the bulk of the material that is going to be providing us with the meteor shower. But there's still a few days either side of the meteor shower. We can expect to see some debris coming from that radiant, and so if you can miss it on the peak day, there's still a chance either side.
Oh, okay.
Zamboni girl, get in the beard. Thank you very much for the lurk. I appreciate it. We got coffee and tea in the back. Goth Fox, good morning. Good morning. How are you doing? No, I appreciate those joining in on the raids this evening. Tofu, thank you so much as well. Have a very good evening. This one they said only today, not so much before or after. Some others last a month. Yeah, this one was that possibility that we're going to see this take effect, but unfortunately that wasn't it. But we were warned. We knew that there was the very good chance that it was probably going to be just a hot fart in the night. and not the spectacular storm that we were hoping for. Right, Rip Artist, you're going to do a lurk as well? No worries.
Oh, okay.
I appreciate
By
the
the
lurks.
power of Grayskull, I have the mustache.
Oh, this one, thank you very much. Have we got something? Unfortunately, we have not seen a great deal of meteors. Alright, get in the beard, or maybe in the mustache. Get in that eye contrast beard. Are you gonna go play some D2? No worries, Lily, thank you so much for joining us. Always greatly appreciated.
Oh, okay.
More time in the beard, no worries. Alright, Heartbeats. Good night, little Heartbeats. Thank you very much for joining us. Sub 69 is your safe place. I appreciate it. Yes, I greatly appreciate all those who have joined in tonight. And again, you spent your time here with us. We have seen a few we've seen a few meteors. So this meteor shower material is technically the same age as you. Ish. The comet is like way older, but yeah, in 2005, or sorry, not 1995, that is when this comet 73P started to break up. So this was that was the debris field we're hoping we were going to be passing through. Not always the case. So that was recently updated from Dave Dickinson on Universe Today. With there's always that possibility, but unfortunately, didn't seem like it was going to be. It was going to be the one. I mean, all your atoms are way older too, so it's fine. There we go. Andy is streaming tonight. Yes, so we will be back in 14 hours. We will be streaming and later tonight, starting at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, where we will continue. We'll continue and aim to complete our Metal Earth build of the Hubble Space Telescope. So this little guy here. We'll get everything all together. Missed the nice one. It was quite bright. Ooh, did we? Did I just miss one? Was it like the only one? Oh. Well, at least you guys saw it. Yeah, post that clip when it pops up. Literally just naturally. Of course. Alright, so keeping in mind about 2:15, there was a good one. Maybe this is the start. Exactly. I have the whole camera outside is still recording. So I just have to get just gotta download the footage tomorrow morning-ish. But there did yeah, Sub 69 did clip it. Let's see if we videos, stream, content, clips of my channel. 25 seconds ago. All right. Literally just naturally. No, we didn't. Oh. Where? Well, at least you guys saw it. Yeah, post that clip. Oh. Well, at least you guys saw it. Yeah, post that clip. I mean, all your atoms are way older too, so it's fine. Okay, maybe in here. Andy is streaming tonight. Yes, so we will be back in 14 hours. Later tonight, starting at 6 p.m. Eastern time. Later tonight, starting. Oh, later tonight, starting at 6 p.m. Later tonight, starting at 6 p.m. Eastern. That was a good one. Later tonight, starting at 6 p.m. ETAP, nicely done. Later tonight, starting at 6 p.m. Eastern. Excellent. Thank you for that. We need like 1,000 more space telescopes. They need to start building CubeSat scopes. I know, right? We need to be able to... We need to launch our own telescope that we have access to pretty much whenever we want. Is that where Fireball got its name? The gross and disgusting cinnamon flavored alcohol? Yeah, probably. Good to know the clip command is useless. Yeah, some of them might be alright. At least get something out there. Just put it on the dark side of the moon. Well, it's not always the... we want one on the far side of the moon, plus 2 that kind of will stay in darkness. Oh, you live on that stuff. Look at that slow, blinking, flashing meteor. That thing's just a shock disturber. Jeez. We've had a few planes go by, and we've seen a few satellites pass through. It's been a bit of an interesting night. What's the length of a meteor like that? Offhand? I don't know. They're going to be traveling for... Most of them will be traveling maybe 15 kilometers per second. Oh, there's another one. The time is perfect, came right out. Well, the tail part we see. You figure they're probably going to like maybe like a few kilometers in length. It's a UFC and an unidentified flying Canuck. No, I will stay firmly planted on the ground. Thank you very much. I will keep my butt firmly planted down here for sure. Now, so we're seeing a few more, and pretty much like Astro Printer was saying, Liam, it is pretty much just tonight for this bulk that we're expecting to be passing through, because the Tau Herculiids isn't as spectacular of a meteor shower as some of the other ones we're more familiar with, like the Lyrids and the Perseids. So even with what did we have? We were looking at the Orionid meteor shower, and I've been largely disappointed by that. So you're running Windows, SMac, or Linux, or all three. Windows, and this program that we're using right now to look up with our Wisecam is called BlueStacks, which is an Android emulator. When you're a kid, you witnessed a very unusual meteor-like event that is today a complete mystery to you. What kind of meteor-like event did you see? Could be a piece of space junk dropping in. That may have burned a little longer, a little more, a little oddly shaped. You saw a slow one near the lower right corner. Or down over here. I did see one that happened over here a few minutes ago. Halley's Comet. How old was I when Halley's Comet rolled through? I think I was like maybe 5. Was it 86? Was it 1986 when it last came through? Imagine Productions Media. How you doing today? You saw like hundreds altogether slowly moving across the sky, super bright. I thought we were getting invaded. Yeah, because some of them are going to be traveling at different speeds. These ones, the Herculids, were maybe about 15 kilometers per second, whereas with like the Perseids, they're moving a lot quicker. They're coming in at maybe 60 to 80 kilometers per second. All I remember is that you quit drinking Kool-Aid around that time. Last was here in 1986. I saw that was about 18 years ago. Different meteor showers are going to produce some different speeds meteors. Like these ones that were the Herculids, we were kind of moving into them. We were kind of catching up with all of it, so it wasn't one of these meteor showers we're kind of like going head on into. So unfortunately, it seems like I am very happy though with this camera, the Wisecam V3, as being a solid purchase. So much so that I've already ordered a second one. So there's another one, right there. It's so much so that I have ordered a second one, so that we can cover more of the night sky. It was very bright, very long, and exploded into multiple pieces. Chances are, coffee tables, it could have been a boldy, it could have been a larger meteor, or a piece of space junk. More often, it could have been a piece of space junk falling in that's broken up. Like when you look at the now this is not exactly fantastic representation, but this is the comet that is associated with tonight's meteor shower. Little portion breaking up, and then that is what we were expected to go through. Sounded like space junk. Perhaps. Hugin! Hugin, how you doing? Welcome. Welcome in, Raiders. Good to see ya. Zintas, hello. Hi, Lego Space. Hello, Zintas. Good to see you. Good to see you in here. Welcome in. We are taking a look at the last vestige of the Herculid Meteor Shower tonight. But thank you very much. If you're watching the footage back tomorrow, it was at 1:22 a.m. Central Time. The right area circled lower. Okay, I'll check that out. But yes, sub 69, we got that for the mirror deorbiting. That's all you got when you came in here. Well, welcome in. How was your night? How are things? You could do a little Jurassic World. How is that? The meteor shower was rather whelming. Unfortunately, we didn't see a great deal of action. Posting again because checking it. Nah, links aren't blocked. I as soon as somebody starts abusing links, then I have to take that away. But ooh, that was a good one. That was a real good one. Right here. There we go. Hey, that one's all right. And it's coming directly from the Radiant. So we get a few. It's fun until the dinosaurs eat the guests. I would imagine so. Oh, no, it's an airplane. Well, thank you very much for joining in, for raiding into us tonight. It is greatly appreciated. Waiting to see some satellites. Now, unless we have a particularly bright satellite passing through, we're not really going to see a whole lot. Then we can bitch at Elon. Yes, indeed we can. Should the ISS be coming through at some point? That one? Our ISS? Right now, for our position, we see the International Space Station. Actually, tonight was probably the last orbital pass of the. Actually, no, it's going to be tomorrow night. May very well be the last orbital pass for a few weeks for the ISS. Yeah, because usually we'll see the passover. Oh no, we got smaller increments. Tom Servo Crow. I love the way how you mock movies. How you doing tonight? What you saw was a long and only lasted a moment. Yeah, coffee tables. It could be, like I said, it could be a meteor, it could be it could be space junk. I mean, that's the only thing we can think about doing there. All right, thanks for sharing your wisdom, Tom. Good night from the west coast of BC. Polybias, thank you so much for joining us. Wonderful to have you in here. Greatly appreciate it. I was really hoping that we would get some more meteoric action, but you know, I'm happy to at least that we caught some. That we have been seeing some meteors. It is currently 2:30 in the morning, and astronomical dark completes in under an hour. So at 3:21, the sky is going to start to get progressively brighter and brighter and brighter until we can no longer see any more stars. International Space Station is over Argentina right now, according to your app. The views are still great. I love to be able to share this. I am glad that we had some clear skies. Phenomenally clear skies, actually. Usually things like this don't always happen for astronomical events. We usually get lambasted by clouds, or even just like poor weather, or just, well, even in the case of the Herculid Meteor Shower, it's all right. It wasn't the knockdown, drag 'em out event that we were not led to believe. We were just warned that could have been the possibility. I think it'd be too dark to see the ISS right now. I can only see it when sunlight is hitting it, even if it was in the right spot. Yes, usually it is in the early or later hours of the night. I just wondering how they eat and breathe and other science facts. Well, what we like to do is we do have a channel point redeem. That I don't know if it may be completely out of stock tonight, but we do read passages. We do read questions from Tim Peake's Ask an Astronaut. And we do mark down everybody who asks the questions that stay in the book so we can credit everybody. And eventually, one day, we're going to run out of space in here. But he does illustrate and talk about life on the International Space Station. Everything from how they keep cool, to how they pee, to how they sleep, what they eat. The quantity of clouds is dependent on how much money astronomers. Yes, this is true, printer. All right, page 198. We have this is our live view of outside as well, so if we do see any meteors, pop on in. Not out of stock. All right, page 198. Go back over to, there you go, page 197. What would happen if the space... Oh, this is like, where, Ducky? Did you know that this was the question? This is like perfect right now for the meteor shower. What would happen if the space station was hit by debris? Let's imagine a larger object say 2 centimeters in diameter, hits one of the space station modules. Our first line of defense is the Micrometeoroid Orbital Debris Shields, or the MMOD. There are many hundreds of MMOD shields protecting parts of the space station, and they differ in materials used, mass, thickness, and volume. Typical defenses are Whipple and stuffed Whipple shields. The basic principle of these shields have the aluminum bumper, which the debris strikes first. In addition to absorbing some of the impact, the bumper is designed to break the debris into smaller pieces, which then have less chance of penetrating the pressurized hull. Ideally, you want as large of a gap as possible between the bumper and the hull so that broken up fragments spread over a wider area. The stuffed Whipple adds some additional ceramic cloth, Kevlar fabric into this gap, materials often used in bulletproof clothing. European Module Columbus at the front of the space station, and therefore the higher risk of debris strike, however. Even with the shields of greater mass and larger standoff distance, they will not stop a 2 centimeter diameter object penetrating the hull. The first thing the crew will know about this is the big bang from a strong acoustic shock wave. As the hull perforates, if a crew member is unlucky enough to be in the same module, then they may witness an intense flash of light before being struck by bits of the inside of the module while breaking off, called spallation. Repulsor shields to maximum. In addition to small fragments of orbital debris, some of these aluminum fragments have burned quite actively, and then heat generated by the impact will also create a risk of fire. The perforation will typically be accompanied by rapid temperature changes and decrease in air pressure, which can cause an internal fog. If the crew is unlucky, the perforation will be so large that a rapid crack growth occurs, and the module unzips or breaks apart completely. Such a dramatic breakup would probably be catastrophic for all crew members. However, assuming that the module maintains some sort of integrity, then the space station will begin to lose pressure, probably quite rapidly, and the crew would feel their ears pop with a rapid change in pressure. As a crew, we spend many hours training for rapid depressurization emergency. In the scenario I've just described, it would be obvious to the crew which module had been struck, and most likely the response would be for someone to shut the hatch immediately, sealing off that module and preventing the space station from going into vacuum. A similar situation occurred on the 25th of June 1997 on board the Mir space station. However, the rapid depressurization was not the result of an impact with space debris, but of an impact with an approaching Progress resupply vehicle. Russian cosmonaut Vasily Tsyblayev had been instructed to remotely dock the cargo vehicle using a video image and a laser rangefinder. The problem was that none of the other crew members could see the Progress spacecraft through any of the windows in order to use the rangefinder to report back its range. And without knowing how far away Progress was, it was impossible to calculate how fast it was approaching. The video image alone was useless in trying to judge the rate of closure, and by the time Tsyblayev realized that the Progress was in fact approaching very rapidly, it was too late. Despite braking urgently, Progress collided with Mir with a great thump, rupturing the space station and knocking it into an uncontrolled spin. Having seen the point of impact, Tsyblayev knew that it was the Spectre module that was leaking, but the module had not been readied for an easy hatch closure. It took the crew several minutes to cut the many cables that were strewn through the hatchway until the module could finally be isolated to save the remainder of Mir. A lot was learnt from the near disaster. Every hatch in the ISS is now designed to be closed in a matter of seconds. Normally, cables and other items are not permitted to be strewn through the hatchways, where this is unavoidable. A method of quick disconnect exists so that the hatch can be sealed with minimum delay. The crew trained for rapid depressurization in a very methodical fashion. First, we have accounted for everyone and gathered in a safe haven. We work out how much time we have to deal with the problem until the pressure drop requires complete evacuation of the space station. We then check the integrity of the Soyuz. Move this for a second. Of the Soyuz spacecraft, trying to establish which module is leaking. A slow leak may be hard to find, but by closing each hatch sequentially and monitoring to see if the pressure continues to drop or remain steady, it's possible to work our way through the entire space station until we find the leak. Of course, we always work back toward our Soyuz spacecraft, being careful to never get on the wrong side of a closed hatch that would isolate us from our escape vehicle. Well, there we go. That's a fairly intense moment that I'm very confident that they would not want to be dealing with very much in the future. So there is a little bit of the insight onto life on the International Space Station, or maintaining life on the International Space Station. All right, Where Ducky, page... Well, you want page 190... Page 197 for 198. But that's all, yeah, 2 centimeters is all it takes. And even the debris that we're expecting to find from the meteor shower tonight, these pieces were probably maybe a centimeter. But there you go, Where Ducky in the book, forever and ever and ever, for all time, until the sun engulfs the earth and ruins this book forever. But until then, that page is yours. So we've been seeing some small anomalies. We've been seeing some airplanes flying through, a few meteors. But we'll maintain the recording on this area. Paper doesn't last that long, but it's cool anyway. Until such time the paper biodegrades. I miss... Oh. Did he wave at least? Did he say hello? How dare they? How dare they not do that? Waved on his way past. Ugh, I totally missed it. Made a double loop as well. Oh, can't believe it. Reading the book, giving you guys insight to the life on the space station. All right. So, 6 p.m. Eastern Time today. It is Tuesday. It is May 31st. Like I said, we'll be back to continue our build of the little metal Earth. As I look away, I'm probably missing something else again. Of the Metal Earth Hubble Space Telescope. We'll finish that off, and there should be time tomorrow to jump into Kerbal Space Program and do a little more rocketry to try and gain more science points and better understand how to reach Jeb and pull off a rescue mission. Activates personal escape vehicle. Yep, grab on, strap in. It may be a bumpy ride. But it has been a very interesting. I assume you're still planning on playing the sequel of KSP. Eventually, when it does come out, I figured if I don't know that much about the current Kerbal Space Program, then jumping into the second one shouldn't be that much of a jump. We should play. Actually, you know, it's been a while since we have played around with Universe Sandbox. Maybe we might figure that in for the next one. For the next Tuesday night. And also another bit of note on the 12th of June. On the 12th of June, we are going to be aiming to rebuild the Space Shuttle Discovery after we slightly smashed it. So June 12th, we will be doing a marathon stream. That is a Sunday, probably starting maybe at 9 a.m. Going a little earlier because I know it's going to be a long day to rebuild this entire set. No smashing. It is going to be just a rebuild with the possibility of allowing some chaos to ensue. Slightly, just slightly smashed. Mildly smashed. Fairly smashed. we'll be aiming to rebuild that. That'll be the Sunday morning, June 12th. Jeez Louise. We have built the Saturn V here. It's currently still in its box. As I moved from the old house into this new place, into our new place, it still hasn't been rebuilt. The jeez. It's still in its box. The Infinity Gauntlet has taken its rotating platform. So that's taking its place a bit for now. Oh, dearie me, what I walk back into. A mild bit of chaos, Achilles' knee. So yes, the June 12th, we're going to be rebuilding this. Oh, jeez. You find it a bit precarious to display. It worked out really well on this rotating stand, but yet it is a huge Lego build. I don't know if you don't know anything about the game. About game A, playing game B should be no problem. That's about the most optimistic thing I've ever heard about gaming all day. Well, you know, I figured they're gonna make Kerbal 2 much more accessible. They have to. They must be. Mass, some take longer to burn because they're bigger. Or for the streaks of meteors in the sky. Yeah, because most of them are going to be very, very tiny. How many rockets have we launched in the past 5 minutes? Like 3? I might be changing them. I might be changing the Saturn V command, because essentially that is for in the hype train. Once we reach level 5, that does launch the Saturn V rocket, which kind of follows the whole launch command from start to finish. Kerbal was insane. A friend was playing it, and wow, it can be. And we have stranded one of our Kerbals in space, so we do have to launch a rescue mission. Might give it a long cooldown. Might get rid of it. Did we miss one? Did I miss another? You have a cat, your Saturn V is miraculously not destroyed. What is Kerbal? Kerbal is the Kerbal Space Program, where you launch near immortal beings into the orbit, into Earth's orbit, into the moon. Just there. Just where? Just here? Where? Oh, there it was. Look at that little thing. It's a tiny little meteor. See, those are the ones that you may not really see from... You may not be seeing from a higher light polluted area. Yeah, Jeb is getting more action than the meteor showers. That's for sure. Do we miss? I missed another one. Oh, for Pete's sake! The good thing is everything is being recorded. What if now is when the outburst occurs? They had it wrong. It was like off by like an hour. Just right of my head. All right. We'll keep that in mind. Before the ship is in the middle of the screen. All right. That would be the Perseids in August. Well, we're not too far away. We're like, tomorrow is, actually no. Yeah, tomorrow is June 1st. So we are reaching the end of some of our goals. Actually, we have goals that are just going to be carrying over into the month of June. And that is, if we do reach this this sub goal, we are going to be giving away this filter here, the Astronomic CLS XT clip filter, and it will include an adapter that you can screw this into a 2-inch adapter, or it'll clip into a Canon camera, and that will cut out some city. It'll be a city light suppression filter. So we'll do a giveaway for this if we do reach this amount of subs. There's no real time frame on it. It's going to go up and down, but if we do reach that, then we'll do a giveaway for that filter. For our bits Lego goal, or our Lego goal, we will be aiming to eventually purchase the Lego globe set, because that is pretty close to as well. I mean, it's our Earth. It still counts as space. So we'll aim to purchase that set, and then later on, like I said, for Optimus Prime goes on sale in less than 24 hours from now. So we'll keep an eye on that on Lego's site. It always seems like meteorologists are wrong. I'm glad that the forecasts were largely incorrect tonight. So very glad that we're able to share these views of the night sky. So that is what we're going to be doing for the next little bit. We have our stretch goal, our main goal of to get a filter wheel for our camera, but there's all sorts of things to be able to share different views of the night sky with everybody, and I'm always happy to do that as often as possible and for as long as we can. And like I said, tonight was a bit of a different night, and I'm very happy to be able to share this view. But for now, I'm going to let the camera continue to record. I will get some rest and do some adulting during the day, and then we'll be back starting at 6 p.m. with Astro's Potpourri, a little bit of variety and crafting on Tuesday night. Bottom right corner, was that a plane? Yes, and I saw the plane in the other camera as well. Meteorology is the only job you can be wrong 80% of the time and still be employed. Yeah, it's like it's easier to be a meteorologist than a baseball player. All right, so if you do want to continue the conversation on Discord, if you have any questions about what we saw tonight, or more that you'd like to add, we always like to see people join the Discord and have the evergreen content. Twitter is where I do like to drop our information of when we're going to be going live next, or what's kind of coming up. Like I said, tomorrow, actually no, tonight, it is Tuesday. It is Tuesday after all. Tonight we're going to be continuing with our crafting and space-based fun and games. But I greatly appreciate everybody who has been joining in tonight. Time to cook breakfast. Wonderful. It is time to go to bed. But a massive, massive thank you to everybody who has spent time in the channel today. It is greatly appreciated. I also want to throw a huge thank you out to Hugin, 9129, Glorgana, as well as Nerduino and Loyal Moses, and Chris Perillo, as well as who else did we have raiding in? Or was Chris our first raid of the night? And Captain Canada, my apologies, Captain Canada coming in with a huge raid tonight. So I appreciate everybody joining in here. Mojo, Jojo, always wonderful to see you. I appreciate the lurks. I appreciate those who are joining in on chat. I thank those greatly who have cheered bits, and those who have gifted subs, and those who have resubscribed and subscribed to the channel. Yeah, we got another airplane coming through. So I hope you enjoyed the time here. I had absolutely no control over the meteors tonight, but I'm glad to be able to share them, so I'm not going to apologize for how shit some of them were. But I may also pop my head back outside for a little bit, wrap up in some bug spray, and take a look at what targets might be available. What we can see. Just take a look. Sit down, relax. So, for those who are subscribed to our channel, that is your raid message. For those who are not subscribed, we got you covered with Carl Sagan and our pale blue dot. Appreciate if you copy that in. It has been an absolute pleasure to share the night sky with you today. And I look forward to seeing you back real soon. For those who have joined in today for the first time, I thank you very much for the follows. We do live astrophotography. We do all sorts of fun things on here. It's just making a joke. Didn't think meteorologists were actually hated so much. As a group of astrophotographers, we need to know when we're having these clear skies. Nobody wants to set up all the equipment only for the clouds to roll in. But yes, tonight what we're going to do, we're going to send you guys over to Amish Ace. We want to support Amish Ace in his road to partnership. We want to make sure that he is able to sustain this, that Twitch approves him on the first try. It'd be great to see a LEGO streamer getting that purple check mark, that accomplishment, that achievement of being able to provide some interesting content with people. So we'll go say hello to Amish Ace. I hope you guys had some fun tonight. That happens all too often with the clouds. I know, right? So once again, our raid message. For those who are subscribed, for those who are not subscribed to the channel, I appreciate you all joining in tonight. I'll take a look through the footage and we'll see if there's anything greater that we may have missed throughout the night. But until then, we'll say a fond farewell. And as always, I have been Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. I'm not here to change the world. I'm here to share the universe. Have a very good morning, a very good evening, a very good afternoon wherever you are. And we'll see you in a few hours. Take care, everybody.